City Council of September 15th, 2025 at 5 p.m. I will start by asking council members for review of the agenda as amended and items on consent. Are there any comments? Okay, seeing none, are there any council concerns before we begin our pre-council work session? Excuse me, so I get a little bit more organized. Turning now to work session, the first up is Parks and Recreation Department, a staffing assessment.
Good evening, Mayor O'Neill and council members. My name is Chris Ammerman. I'm the Parks and Recreation Director. I'm joined this evening by Chaz Jordan and Megan Young with Matrix Consulting. And just before I turn the time over to Chaz and Megan to get into the nuts and bolts of the department assessment, I wanted to just kind of go over what led us here and why we felt the need to do this assessment. So as you know, Wilsonville is a rapidly growing community, and this growth drives development that ultimately results in additional park acreage. In the next 3 years alone, we will add 4 new parks to the system, as well as additional trails and natural areas. So this assessment is a roadmap for the future that will help us to be strategic and proactive so that we do not fall behind in service levels, which is in direct alignment with the current council goal of maintaining park maintenance levels of service with the upcoming expansion. One more thing I'd like to point out is the findings and recommendation in this report are just that, they're recommendations. Ultimately, implementation will come in the future, probably in phases, and will ultimately depend on budgetary approval. So with that bit of background, I'll turn the time over to Chaz to kick us off on the presentation.
Thank you, Chris. Can you all hear me okay on your end?
Yes.
Good. All right. Good afternoon, City Council members. My name is Chaz Jordan, and I am a manager with Matrix Consulting Group. And I served as the project manager for this project. With me virtually is Megan Young, who served as our lead analyst and will be assisting in this presentation. We both come from a local government management background, and our entire team is actually composed of former public sector employees who have subject matter expertise in the areas that we focus on, including Megan and myself, who both have served in Parks and Recreation departments, as well as serving as departmental managers and administrators. And for that reason, that's one of the bases for our review and one of the things that sets us apart in our survey. Today, we're going to go over a few specific items. We're going to talk about the assessment methodology and how we implemented this review and delivered the report. Review the key strengths of the department, as well as an overview of some of the recommendations in our organizational structure and staffing review. We're going to turn it back over to Chris to hear some next steps for the Parks and Recreation Department that you'll be hearing about, and then we'll open it up for questions and discussion. To introduce the project, the city retained our firm to evaluate the Parks and Recreation Department with the goal of strengthening community services, park maintenance, and long-term planning. The study assessed the department's organizational and operational practices, which included its org structure, staffing levels, workflow processes, and technology systems. Our assessment examined industry standard practices for recreational programming, as well as parks and grounds maintenance, to determine the current status of the department and justify recommendations to improve it as the city continues to grow. As we review the methodology, there were 5 main points that we wanted to touch upon. And this outlines our basic process for going through this assessment, and you'll find many of these outlined in our report. Our projects always begin with a current state assessment or organizational profile that gives us a baseline set of data of where the department is at and from which to analyze from. Next, we perform an operational review and a best practices assessment, reviewing current operations to determine if there are industry standard processes, practices, technology, or performance expectations that the department should be meeting, and determining if they meet those standards, and if not, why. Using these assessments, we develop preliminary operational recommendations for review and use this data to set a standard from which to determine staffing and resources necessary to meet those standards, and couple this with a review of the organizational structure of the department to determine if spans of control practices can best be met, either the way it is or with a change in the relationships within it. Finally, once all of these assessments are developed, reviewed, and vetted, we finalize the assessment into a final report that combines the findings of these various analyses and provides a complete picture of ways for which they can improve their future. In our assessment, the department clearly showed that they had 3 key strengths that we wanted to touch upon that already met industry expectations or exceed them. The department provides an extensive training program and offers opportunities to staff for certifications, development, and continuous learning with the hopes of continuing to innovate and invest in personnel. Technology is used to help coordinate, track, and manage the work of the Parks Maintenance Division, helping to document and manage the workload of its personnel, but also to assure that park assets are being maintained to meet their expected life cycles. And finally, the Parks and Recreation Department staff have extensive industry experience, and the variety and depth of the skills within the department provide excellent options to solve a problem and innovating the services provided for the department. I'm now going to ask Megan to walk through the recommendations in our report that focus on long-term resource needs. This is to help you as the City Council understand those recommendations that may have future budgetary or policy requests made by the department as they move through this implementation, as Chris mentioned at the beginning, and their strategic direction for the future. So, Megan?
Thanks, Chaz, and thank you all. I had the pleasure of being on site with the Parks and Recreation Department. Really enjoyed my time with Chris and his team. So on this next slide, you will see 4 recommendations related to the current organizational structure of the department. There we go. So the first recommendation is to adjust the current park supervisor position to a more managerial and strategic role. This position will continue to provide management of high visibility construction projects and assist the director with the prioritization of resources. However, with that shift to a more strategic role for the park supervisor position, there'll be a void in the day-to-day management of the specialist positions and the frontline staff. So that second recommendation is to fill that gap with existing lead positions and formalize their role as supervisors over defined areas. The next recommendation is to reclassify the program manager to a community center manager, which really just centers around aligning that job title with the actual work performed. As the department grows and programming increases, there's likely going to be additional program-related positions that may not report directly to the community center manager, so just making that distinction. And then lastly, the Arts and Culture Program Coordinator. It's a relatively new position. The incumbent employee has developed many of the resources and guidelines that are guiding that work. So as that position continues to evolve, we recommend evaluating the complexity and the workload to ensure the position's in the correct classification. So the next slide, Chaz, the other way, is related to some current staffing recommendations. So these were derived from known or in some cases unknown workloads and analysis. So the community services staff, they offer a number of programs and special events throughout all of the seasons. However, there's not a formalized feedback process related to these programs. So we're recommending that the department issue a community needs assessment to gather community input and then utilize that engagement to draft a recreation program plan. Recreation program plan includes resources that will be needed to implement programs in the future, and they can help your staff define current and future staffing needs and budgetary needs. The next recommendation would be based on our analysis and understanding of the park maintenance workload and how they operate. We are recommending the addition of 2 park maintenance workers. This increase will allow the department to maintain current levels of service and improve some efficiencies in operations as they grow. The last recommendation on this page is the related to the community center coverage. It's more of a safety and risk reduction measure. So basically, there should be 2 employees at the community center at all times when the public have access, and we understand the department's able to provide this coverage with existing staff, so there's no concerns there. So this is just a highlight, obviously, of the current organizational structure. In the next couple of slides, we'll review a couple of other organizational structures, but you can see here, the park supervisor position has a wide span of control. All of those positions report directly to that role. And then also the Parks and Recreation Director is sort of alone at the top with that strategic direction. So that's where some of those changes in the organizational structure come into play. So here's the proposed organizational structure, which the items in blue represent some of the discussion we just had related to the park supervisor position, upgrading that a little bit to be more strategic and more managerial, and then splitting those 2 lead positions to really formalize some of those hierarchical structures and to formalize the areas in which they work. And then the community center manager is basically a job title change or recommendation for a change in title. So then we moved on to the future to look at some assumed growth of acreage that you're going to maintain in your system. So the increases you see here related to new acreage and approved projects. And essentially, after all of our analysis, we're recommending adding 1 additional maintenance-focused employee for every 16 additional acres that the city takes over to maintain. And what that does is keeps you within not only an industry standard of about 18 to 20 acres per full-time employee, but just based on what we saw in the field and based on your current workload, we feel like that's the right metric to keep your levels of service where they are and offer some opportunity for some efficiencies in some areas. As far as the community services side, so we made some assumptions in terms of population, program participants, programs offered, and then events offered. So, increasing the programming staffing really should be based more on needs, but we do recognize that there's some assumptions we can make based on demographic trends and national participation trends that would lead us to believe, based on those increases, that about 3.5 employees will be required to continue managing programming by 2030. But I'll just refer back to that community needs assessment and that recreation program plan as really what should guide the staffing needs on the community services side. So if we take all the considerations and recommendations we just discussed related to staffing, we're showing an estimated new staffing count for the department. So you see Wilsonville today highlighted in blue. Those upper 3 lines in that table are NRPA data, so National Recreation and Parks data from agencies with similar characteristics to Wilsonville. So that's just an idea to kind of gauge where you might be among a lot of other organizations. So the Wilsonville 2025 line represents the recommended increase of 2 maintenance workers, and then that shift of the parks supervisor position split between administration and capital development. And then obviously the 2030 line is reflective of our assumptions related to some known growth patterns and some assumed growth patterns. And so understanding that, this is 2030 is a couple years away and human resources needs to be involved in these considerations and the city manager's office, but this is just what a proposed organizational structure or a draft organizational structure could look like then, recognizing that As you add staff, there's also that important factor of ensuring that current supervision can maintain their span of control and continue to be effective supervisors. So you'll see some positions have changed a little in this layout, but again, this is just a very high level kind of draft of what it could look like in 2030 based on what we believe are some known changes that we expect.
Yeah, and so this next step, so tonight we're talking about operations. In the coming couple of months, so next month, I'll come back to you and to another work session and talk about capital projects, both current and future. And then leading up to a discussion in November to talk about funding and sustainable long-term funding solutions plan. So with that, I think our last slide is just questions and discussion on what we presented here to you tonight.
I have a question. So thank you for all that information, Megan. I really appreciate it. So I'm a little confused when you said that Wilsonville is at 16 full-time employees, but then I think you showed a standard for national that was 18 to something. And so I'm wondering that difference between 16 and 18. You know, like, can we do a little bit more with the people that we have or to be more efficient?
Are we referencing this slide or the earlier slide with the parks maintenance staffing that showed the 16?
I'm not sure which slide. There was the number 18 on it. Or maybe it was something that you said.
Oh, the 18 to 20 acres per full-time equivalent.
Mm-hmm.
So that's just a standard adopted kind of practice across the industry. And that comes from both the ICMA, the International City and County Managers Association, and the NRPA. And that is developed based on data from all around the country that one full-time employee dedicated to maintenance and operations, a safe assumption is about 18 to 20 acres that they can maintain at a level of service that meets what a municipality might expect. So on this table, you'll see that FTE to remain less than 20 acres per FTE. So essentially what we've done here is just taken the total acres maintained and divided by 20. So to stay within that comfortable range of under 20, you would be looking at about 16 full-time equivalents to maintain that 327 acres, which is about a 34-acre increase from where you are today.
Got it. Thank
you. Does that help?
Yeah, thank you for the clarification.
Okay. Sure.
Councilor Shevlin.
Thank you. Thank you for the great report, Chaz and Megan and Chris as well. I spent a lot of time looking over it. A point and then a question. A lot of work. I want to encourage Chris and his team that when you look through this report and this summary, there's a lot of positive check marks. So keep that in mind because there's some areas for opportunity, no doubt about that when you undergo a study like this. But I want to encourage you that there are a lot of things in place, and that's great to see. Sometimes it can be daunting to look at a report like this. You used the word roadmap, and that's what came to my mind as I was reviewing the document. It is a roadmap, and it gives you great direction in order to go forward. But I just want to encourage you that you've got a lot of good things in place. So yes, there's things that can be improved on. So that's point number one. The other one is kind of a point/question. Overall, well, I don't want to get ahead of ourselves because in November it sounds like we'll be talking about funding and budget. But at the same time, Megan mentioned that there'd be opportunities for efficiencies that would work into that plan. So that's my question, so that when you present the information in November, I don't know whether you'll have time to look at opportunities for efficiencies. I read that or heard that as meaning areas where it can positively impact the budget in a way that, if you need to add more to your budget over the next period of time, there's also opportunities for some savings. Am I understanding that correctly?
Yeah. Are you asking me or?
Whoever's able to answer that
Yeah,
question.
I believe so. I think that's part of why we did this whole thing, is to just look at our operational efficiencies and improve where we can. Is that addressing
Yes.
what? Yeah.
Thank you.
Councilor Dunwell?
Well, that was a very concise presentation for a very lengthy report, so I appreciate you synthesizing it down. If you go to page 69 of our packet, page 61 of your report, it talks about the department budget. And what I see is we've seen a 60% net increase over a 5-year, really a 4-year period. And a significant portion of that is a 77% increase in maintenance costs, which we don't have a tremendous amount of control over. So I actually reached out to City Attorney Amanda Guile-Hinman today to really take a look at whether I know that you've captured a significant amount of data and content during all of this great data gathering. And what I'd like to know is, number one, would the data points that you already have, would they give you the ability to present to us a best case, mid case, and worst case, depending on what our actual budget needs are, or where we find ourselves as a city, say in 2 or 3 years? And then I'd like to say to city staff, if that is the case, can we please explore that? I don't believe it's in the current scope of work, but if we could go ahead and at least explore that with you all, if it's available.
It is something that we could do. I do know that in conversations with Chris and city administration, there is some plans to internally work through presentation of funding mechanisms and how that would look. So I would yield first to Chris to see if that plays into his plan for going forward. But that is something that we could assist with if asked for.
Yeah, so what Chaz is talking about and what I kind of alluded to earlier is, this is kind of the first of 3 work sessions. So talking about staffing and operations, and then projects, and then funding.
Right.
And
So what I'm asking for, Chris, is in that time gap between now and the November presentation, if it can be added in as an addendum to the scope of work, is it possible to go in and also, rather than just presenting us a single funding mechanism or a funding recommendation, that we could have it at least a best case and worst case, or a mid case and a worst case. So at least we're prepared for what may or may not be down the road.
Okay. Yeah, I believe we can. I'd have to.
Yeah, and I think that that's
Follow
really
up
up to city staff to explore whether or not that's feasible for us at this moment in time. But I also think that if I go to page 12 or page 4 of the report, it actually speaks to, it's page 5 of the report. There are conversations about strategic initiatives and strategic goals. I think that all of that can be wrapped in and bucketed in together, because I think that is part of that strategy as we move forward.
Councilor Cunningham?
Chris, could you give us kind of a quick rundown on the next 5 years? We have roughly 34 acres of parks coming in. Can you kind of give us a rundown on what those consist of?
Yeah, so right now we have Frog Pond Neighborhood Park, which just broke ground last week, and that's a 3-acre neighborhood park in Frog Pond. And then we'll be taking over Trocadero, Cavallo, Tivoli, and Ulanka, which is regional parks 5, 6, 7, and 8 in Villebois. So that the final 4 parks in that regional park system, and all the acreage and maintenance that comes with those. And then there's things like the Beckman Creek Interceptor Trail, which, because it's a trail, it falls under the park's purview, and the natural areas adjacent to that. and there might be a few others, but that's in a nutshell what combines to give us approximately 26 to 30 acres of additional acreage in the next 3 years, 3 to 5.
Thank you.
Acting City Manager Gina Trollo.
I might be able to provide a little bit of context to, I think, Councilor Dunwell's question about looking at phases, I think what we're doing tonight is presenting to you the staffing assessment. And then the next meeting, we'll be talking about the capital projects. So talking about projects that we currently have in the works for capital, talking about the future acreage that Chris had mentioned that we're going to be bringing online. And then the last component is to talk about funding. So when you're looking at the Parks and Recreation budget, you're looking at two things. Your staffing obviously is usually one of your most expensive aspects of any of your departments. But in this department especially, there's a lot of capital needs. There's a lot of park acreage that we're taking on that we know about right now. And then there's going to be future park acreage that we're going to be taking on as it relates to Frog Pond Park. I think we can meet your need and what you're asking for. I think looking at those kind of three different scenarios, I think the importance though is for us to look at it in its totality. It's the personnel costs and when those personnel costs are going to come online, and it's also those capital costs and the maintenance costs that are associated with those.
I understand that, but I think that that's a little bit different than the question I'm asking. So what I'm asking Assistant City Manager is that if we find ourselves at the state level where some support and funds from the state start to dry up, we find ourselves in a revenue shortfall at the state or at the city. And we realize where we are going to need to, say for instance, what if there's a hiring freeze? What is it that we could potentially surgically carve away in the needs? And is it in a capital project? Is what maintenance can we manage without? What FTE could we potentially not hire? Where could those cuts potentially come from? Just because the consultants have such extensive visibility into what we're doing, and this is what they do. So in concert with all of Chris's expertise and everything that else is, that it allows us that additional lens into the future.
Sure. We can certainly get that to you. I think that's possible to do with this group.
Anything else? Okay. Thank you, everyone. Okay.
Thank you so much.
Great presentation. Next up is Public Safety Project Update. Solutions for graffiti abatement and adding administrative warrants process.
Good evening, Mayor and members of council. Amanda Guile Hinman, City Attorney, and tonight I am again accompanied by Hannah Young, our law clerk. So tonight we are doing a second round of work session on the public safety update, this one in regard to graffiti abatement and administrative warrants. And Hannah is going to be doing the presentation tonight, so I'll turn it over to her.
Yeah. Good evening, Mayor and Council. Tonight's agenda, we'll be going over an overview of the original council goals that you all identified, as well as questions that we're hoping to get answered with this update. And then we'll move into a little bit of background. I'll explain the research and the interdepartmental review that we've conducted. And then with that, we'll get into both each strategy for the potential updates, both first for the administrative warrants and then the graffiti abatement. And then we'll talk a little bit about next steps and future considerations. So the questions for consideration we'd like the council to keep in mind tonight are if there are any questions and feedback regarding the administrative warrants process that we describe here, and then any questions you might have or feedback regarding the proposed graffiti abatement programs. And once we get into each of those strategies, any other graffiti abatement alternatives that you'd like staff to explore moving forward. Okay, so a little bit of background. As part of the 25-27 council goals, the council adopted, as we know, Goal 2 for public safety, and the first outcome identified was to streamline responses to code enforcement. In order to achieve this outcome, both strategies 2.4 and 2.5 call for the city to investigate and develop a graffiti enforcement or rewards program, and to review Clackamas County's existing administrative warrants process in order to consider whether or not the city should adopt a similar process. And based on the implementation outline that was provided by those council goals, staff began working on Goal 2 around May 2025. An interdepartmental team consisting of legal, police, code compliance, administration, and community development all met to describe those strategies that you identified. The 2.4 subgroup specifically discussed concerns regarding graffiti abatement on city private property. And so for research for this, staff reviewed existing abatement and subsidy programs that the city already offers for different kinds of abatement, which we'll get into when we identify those strategies later on. We also researched surrounding cities, especially such as Portland, for their active graffiti abatement programs that they currently have. And then the 2.5 subgroup discussed the existing Clackamas County Code process for administrative warrants, and then its application for enforcement officers and county staff currently. Staff then met with lead law enforcement for Wilsonville's most commonly sought administrative warrant, which is for RV evictions, research efforts, and then included looking into surrounding cities that have an administrative warrants process specifically for city employees already in place. We'll discuss, as I mentioned, findings from each jurisdiction and identified solutions for each strategy in turn, and we'll start with the administrative warrants process. So the strategy 2.5 subgroup met, and we analyzed both the existing county code administrative warrant process as they relate to law enforcement of code violations, and then surrounding city jurisdictions that have more applicable administrative warrants processes. Currently, county officers in Wilsonville operate under the Clackamas County process as it pertains to law enforcement and RV evictions in notice of tow. This process is supported by a signed affidavit from the officer seeking enforcement and obtainment of the warrant, and then is submitted to the circuit court for judicial approval. Our research, and most primarily our discussions with law enforcement, have shown that there's no need for the city to adopt a similar process quite like this, and I'll explain a little bit more about that. Sheriff's Office staff recommended that city staff not extend any city adopted process to this extent just because law enforcement already has this kind of in their toolkit, and they're able to use this and it works great for them. And there's not really any need for city employees in the interest of just public safety and other reasons like that. However, there is a current gap in city's code for Wilsonville's lack of avenue for city employees who may need to gain access to private property for other city purposes, such as building inspections, potential code violations, and other things like that. And currently, surrounding cities that have implemented their own process include Corvallis, Tualatin, Tigard, Westland, King City, and Beaverton. And all cities with that similar procedure in place have a very similar process for it, where the city employee that's seeking the warrant must then submit a signed affidavit stating facts, establishing probable cause that a code violation or an inspection needs to occur, and that it must be signed by a municipal judge. And for cities that don't have a municipal court already in-house, any competent jurisdiction, meaning like a circuit court judge or anything like that. So, moving on to questions for council. Are there any questions regarding what I just described? And is
Counselor Dunwell.
Continuing to move forward on that, I really appreciate it. I just have one question, and every once in a while I ask a question where I have no idea what the answer is. Is it possible, if someone is found guilty, to require mandatory community service in their sentence?
That's not an issue we've explored before, but we'd be happy to get back to you on that question.
It was late at night when I asked. It's like, yeah, it's like, it's community service can work. And it realizes the impacts. So yeah, if we could look at that a little bit. Don't know if it's possible.
And I will note, whenever we're using an administrative warrant process, it doesn't necessarily mean that somebody's been convicted of something or that there's necessarily a charge that exists. It could be that there's an emergent circumstance and we can't get owner consent and we need to get on site because there's something, that's very dangerous for the public. So they might be two different issues, but we're happy to give you some feedback on that.
Counselor Cunningham.
Yeah, so the one part on here that I noticed talked about kind of that lapse of when our judge is here only every 2 weeks, right?
Mm-hmm.
And trying to be able to get these things signed, especially if it's something that's a little bit more dire at the moment. Is there any kind of program does anybody else use anything where they share each other's judges and we can utilize maybe not our own municipal judge, but go to another city's?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, actually, our judge is shared amongst various cities. So yes, that does exist. And we actually have 1 or 2 pro tem judges as well, I believe. So there is some coverage if our judge is not available. I will say the vast majority of time that an administrative warrant is used, it's usually something of last resort. So we might know that there's an issue going on. And so I think what we are anticipating, first off, is that it's very rarely used. And second of all, it would be something where we would be able to line up with the judge either, and we've talked with him about this, either a time where he is available or that he would be able to make time for this because we would have some heads up that it's coming. He is relatively local to the area and the other jurisdictions he serves are all surrounding us. So I imagine that it wouldn't be too much of a burden. That being said, if it is something that we're encountering that is an issue, that's something that we could address at that time.
Can it be electronically signed?
Hannah, do you want to touch on the electronic signature?
Absolutely. So part of the research when we were discussing this with our current municipal judge is the potential for possibly routing the warrant obtainment process through the legal department. So since we have access to DocuSign or another form of like telephonic warrant or anything like that, maybe that could be a potential that we explore if we implemented this. As Amanda mentioned, though, it is a pretty, for every jurisdiction we saw, it was pretty rare that it was ever used. However, it's always good to have the ability for city employees who need it. But yeah, so I think, and our municipal court judge was also willing to implement a DocuSign process. I do believe in his response, he did mention that maybe the first few times that we do it, he'd like to do it in person, and then we can kind of move in that direction if there is a need and he's not available. So.
Thank you. Council President Berry.
I've heard you say rare a few times. So are we trying to solve something that's not really a problem? And then what, on the rare occasion that it has occurred in the past, what have we done?
So I guess I can take that. I can start out. So for example, Dan Carlson, our building official, one of the administrative warrant processes we've looked at is from Corvallis, his prior jurisdiction. I believe he said that in the entire time that he was working at Corvallis, he maybe used it a handful of times. So it is relatively rare to be utilized. This is not a process that we've had in place. Wilsonville doesn't have an administrative warrant process, so to the extent that we would need to get on site, that would be something we'd have to go through circuit court to get a judgment to be able to go on somebody's property. That is much more time consuming than an administrative warrant process would be. Generally speaking, the times where we've sat back and really wished that we had the process, there's been significant delays, but we have ultimately been able to find a workaround. They're not necessarily the most they're kind of clunky, I guess is how I'll say it. So it just is extremely time consuming for staff and is kind of furthering that risk or that danger that we're seeing, that we have to take that additional time to find these workarounds. So I would say it's a relatively common tool to have in your toolbox that we don't have, and I'm presuming, I don't know this as fact, but I'm presuming part of the reason is because since we do contract with Clackamas County and they have a process, to the extent it has been really needed, Clackamas County has its process. We're just now getting to a point where we're seeing some additional enforcement that's outside law enforcement, that city staff is now seeing this is a tool that having it in place would be beneficial for us when we need to get on somebody's property and stop a dangerous activity or inaction.
And I don't think that you've spoken about the costs to the city yet, have you? Or are you planning to get there?
We're getting there. I will say for the administrative warrant process, there will be costs such as if we need to work with the municipal court judge outside of his regular hours, he does have an hourly rate that we pay him. Obviously, there would be staff time. That being said, I do think this is one of those processes that could potentially be an efficiency for the city, because we wouldn't have to do some of the workarounds that we've had to do in the past on those rare occasions when it's really been needed.
And then my last question. So how long does it take, or in the past, how long has it taken to get the warrant from the circuit court?
We've never gotten a warrant from the circuit court. When I say go to the circuit court, I mean file like a lawsuit is what I'm referring to. So since we don't have a process in place in our local code, we don't have a mechanism to do that right now.
Thank you.
Yeah. I guess we'll follow up, unless there's other questions specifically about the process. We do feel like this is one that we could move forward relatively quickly with council. So barring any significant concerns, we would probably be looking, I'm also previewing what we're going to talk about at the end, but that we would likely move forward with some code language in the near future. So I'm seeing head nods of moving forward. Okay.
I just want to comment, I think that the key also, if we have it formally in place, is the more we share it with the community that it exists, to the extent that there's actually people that are paying attention, maybe that'll help in some deterrence.
Yep.
So.
Yeah, and we will definitely, it's not something that I necessarily, absent council direction, necessarily see community survey or something like that about this, but this is something that we would add to our project page, our code, our public safety project page on Let's Talk Wilsonville. We can add this to that so it's out there for the community to see.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
All right, so moving on to graffiti abatement. Currently, we have a city process for graffiti that occurs on public property. And so that is run by our Public Works Department, and they have a standard operating process. And that is also generally followed by our Parks team as well. And this SOP promptly addresses vandalized city property, and it depends usually on content and as well as pervasiveness of the graffiti itself. However, the city of Wilsonville on average cleans up public graffiti within 24 to 48 hours usually. So once we began researching that, that was definitely not where our focus landed, because this standard operating process already being in place works pretty efficiently and pretty well. Again, just a little bit more background. Reports are documented in a tracking system that Public Works and Parks has access to called Cartograph, and then staff determines ownership and notifies the responsible party, whether that be certain city departments, public agencies, or private utilities. And then we also have a reporting system in place, which is that Ask the City page as well. And so, like I mentioned, we determined that vandalism on city-owned property is pretty well managed. However, this then shifted our focus to potential areas where the city can assist more on the private property side, whose property ends up getting vandalized. Currently, Wilsonville's abatement process that is already existing in our code applies to individuals who are responsible for the graffiti itself, and then to property owners who allow graffiti to remain on their property to the point that it becomes a nuisance. So this code includes an exception in order to help those that are unable to get rid of the graffiti on their own. However, there is no kind of dedicated resource or support for property owners whose property is just vandalized. So we were looking to explore programs specifically that could assist other property owners. We understand that one of the questions that council was looking at was whether or not to investigate a graffiti rewards program specifically for reporting. However, I couldn't find anything locally or really within the state that has a graffiti tip reward program. So there wasn't really anything that spoke to the efficacy or help that program would be, but abatement in general is usually pushed along very well by just quick response times, similar to how our public process or public property process is already existing. So what we then looked at is other abatement processes that the city adopts for different kinds of nuisances. And so I was going to go through what our existing programs are and how they might be able to be applied to graffiti. So first we have our sidewalk repair subsidy, and this is where eligible residential property owners can receive up to a 50% reimbursement for grinding or patching sidewalks in front of their homes. We also have a tree replacement program where applicants can receive up to $100 per person per year from the city's existing quote-unquote tree fund. And here checks are mailed to the property owners for reimbursement in that program. And then finally, there's the sewer lateral grant program, and this was launched as a pilot program to assist property owners repair or replace structurally damaged sewer laterals located beneath city-owned streets. As we got deeper into all of those programs, we found that both the tree program or the sidewalk repair subsidy are particularly helpful as a starting point for considering how we can kind of take that process and apply it to graffiti abatement. So, as mentioned, we already operate kind of a cost-sharing program, and so this would be subsidizing the graffiti removal. Similarly, we could have property owners submit a CRM request and then later obtain 3 bids for graffiti removal services. And then at that point, the city can offer a 50% subsidy on the lowest bid, that's how our sidewalk program works. And I think that this would be best utilized for major vandalism, where a property owner might not be able to just handle it on their own with a crop of supplies or anything. They might need someone to come in and actually do the full removal process. But another option for smaller graffiti or vandalized property is to keep just a list of recommended graffiti removal products on the city's website, and instead of them submitting bids for the full service removal, the city can just offer a percentage of the cost of supplies upon proof of receipt, and that can be pulled from kind of like the tree replacement program, a graffiti removal fund in that case. And as I mentioned, this would be best for smaller graffiti that maybe the property owner can remove on their own, but in a way that still shows city support for assisting them with removing vandalized stuff. So getting into what some other similar jurisdictions do, both Tualatin and Portland currently offer a program where there is a graffiti removal supply kit that is kept on city property and is loaned to private property owners once their properties are vandalized. This would be a really low-cost option that would serve multiple applicants and while also being available for public property use. Citizens that are interested in cleaning up graffiti that just may request a kit from the city, and these supplies that are also made to what I talk about just in the next slide is volunteer opportunities. The kits can also be made available to those volunteer groups in combination, and that would cover both the supplies cost and service required for individuals looking to have the whole removal process.
So is that kit kind of like a checkout and return, or is it just checkout, use, and dispose of?
I think it certainly can be a checkout and return. I think that a lot of the, like for instance, Portland has a kit listed on their website, and it has a spray, towels, plastic scrapers to remove stickers, safety gloves, glasses, a small bucket. That's pretty low-cost supplies, but reusable, and I definitely think that that could be kind of on a checkout basis, and again, or used by volunteer groups and the Public Works Department.
Thank you.
I may be speaking, you might be addressing this later, but have we explored, our Adopt the Road program, whether or not we could ask those particular people that, have adopted that road, if there's graffiti that's come up, that they could take that as part of their role, just as a backup, something that might be helpful if there's no HOA or other folks that can help them.
Yeah, I think that's a great idea.
Yeah, I think Hannah's about to talk about the volunteer opportunities. We didn't specifically call out Adopt a Road, but that is, they are volunteer groups that have already signed up and have signed certain agreements with the city. So that is something, if council's interested in exploring the volunteer opportunities alternative, we could incorporate in the individuals and groups that participate in our Adopt a Road program.
Okay. Thank you.
Mayor, I have a question.
Oh, excuse me, Councilor Shep.
Thank you. I just need a clarification. So we know that our process works well for city-owned property. When we're talking about privately owned property, we certainly may be talking about a home or a fence, but we could be talking about a business. And I would think that that may be a little more common. I could be wrong, but a business that is, has, people see a lot. So then the person that wants to utilize graffiti to get their message out would choose a business that is in a high traffic area. So these certainly may be businesses that are in, on main thoroughfares, et cetera. I just wanted to make sure I was understanding that correctly.
Yep.
Do we see residential versus business more than the other?
Gina, do you have a thought on which we see more of as far as private?
It's for the most part pretty even between what we see on business property as well as on residential property. Sometimes on the business property, it's often been our multifamily housing units where they have been hit on a common wall or a fence or something like that. We do see it in some of our business areas, but we also have a lot of folks in residential areas where they're on a trail or on a high-use road that may be susceptible to that. So the answer, I would say, is for the most part, it's split.
All right, thank you.
And I will say, Councilor Shevlin, to go further on your question, one of the things that for council to think about as we talk about these different options that do have costs tied to them is that if council decides that it wants to move forward with an alternative and also open up that alternative to businesses. So for example, the sidewalk program, I believe, is open only to residents. If council chooses to open that up to businesses, it likely means that that 50% cost or whatever the cap would be could potentially be higher than what we do for some of our other abatement programs, just because I can imagine that the larger surface might require a larger cost. So something to think about for council as we talk about the alternatives and what you all would like us to explore further.
The only problem I've seen historically, at least in my area, is that you'll have a HOA wall with the name and the graffiti's been tagged, and they get out there, Councilor Cunningham being the star in that, at least in one area, and it gets removed. And then community members don't understand why is the crosswalk graffiti that's in the control box that's on the light isn't removed. And it's because that's a county thing and it takes a lot longer to remove. And I understand we can't touch it. We have to let them or PG&E come out and do it. And that delay to me causes issues because the more the delay in getting graffiti off, there's a chance that it'll spread. So is there a way that we can streamline our relationship with them to get that removed just as quickly as how well we do the city?
we will note that and take that back to the interdepartmental team.
Okay, thank you.
Ready? Okay.
So a little bit, as mentioned, Wilsonville can utilize its already existing volunteer base and system in order to provide graffiti removal services to private property owners. And we have I believe it's a Google form service opportunity, and we can just add graffiti removal as something that individuals or groups can sign up for on the city's website. And then this alternative would utilize that public service application and those requests are all filed into the CRM. And that way code enforcement, parks, and public works departments can lead organizational and assignment efforts in order for each volunteer group. Other cities currently employ a volunteer services agreement that both the applicable city department, volunteer group, and property owners are required to sign. And so that would kind of cover any of the potential liability of allowing groups onto a person's private property or anything like that. Wilsonville already has a general waiver of liability, however, and so that can easily be utilized for this purpose as well. A big thing I did want to mention on the volunteer opportunity is that Portland's current graffiti abatement webpage and stuff offers a qualified locations where the city will completely cover. And although we might not want to follow this exactly, I think that there's kind of a really great crossover here for volunteer opportunity where we can prioritize the graffiti based on these qualifications. So for instance, Portland offers complete removal for small businesses with fewer than 10 employees, nonprofits, excluding those with more than 100 employees, any individual single-family dwellings, or any location where the vandalism includes hate speech or anything profane. And the way that I see this kind of intersection happening is we keep those at kind of the top of the list. And so once we do have volunteer groups ready to be implemented, these can be at the top of their list in order for like a service work stay for anyone who wants to do that or anything like that. So in combination with the volunteer opportunities, if Wilsonville is to implement the subsidization programs, this can kind of be like a double dip situation, I suppose. And all of these alternatives, I will say, do carry both administrative and cost burdens, and that's kind of at varying degrees. But since we already have those abatement programs that we've already talked about, it'll likely have the lowest administrative burden since it will kind of just be transferring the same requirements and administrative overhead over. And depending on the frequency of use, however, that might kind of cause a vary degree in pricing. So, are there any other questions and feedback regarding what I described or any other alternatives?
Councilor Cunningham.
All right, I have a small list here. So one of the things I noticed it talked about maybe helping to subsidize the graffiti removal products. In some cases, I've seen in my own neighborhood where the fence around one of the electric towers was tagged, and it was just cheaper to buy 3 new planks of cedar planking. So maybe something in there as well about replacement of materials could be just a better, quicker, easier option for a lot of people and cheaper a lot of the time. I'd learned today that Adopt Road has a couple of versions of Adopt Road. There's trash and there's also a landscape version. Ask me how I know that, Amanda. And so I think maybe that to the point about Adopt a Road, maybe adding a third kind of option on there, because there might be a group that's willing to go out and pick up trash, but graffiti removal, especially on certain materials, is sometimes not the easiest thing in the world. As the mayor mentioned, I had my power washer out for a couple hours working on that wall. It was rough. The other thing that I've run into in the past when reporting graffiti, I've gotten a response of, it wasn't really, like, you could still see it, and it was clearly identifiable what it still said. Apparently there was some sort of attempt to remove it, but I was told that, well, we don't have a definition of what removed is here. So I think just making sure that we know exactly what that is when if somebody walks out and sprays it with a hose and says, well, I removed it, but it's still clearly visible. So maybe something along the lines of ensuring that whatever it was is no longer recognizable or something like that.
Was that on private property or public property?
That was on private property. It was on an apartment building.
Okay.
No, I hate graffiti. I think it just completely destroys and detracts from a community, and so I've been on the Let's Talk Wilsonville app many times reporting it. I do have to commend our public works. There was a recent one that was on a trail that had a cinder block wall. They were out there within, I think, 24 hours and had it cleaned up and painted over. And that wall gets hit all the time. It's unfortunate. The other thing I was going to mention, I know that we kind of glossed over the reward idea. Some of these graffiti actions that I've reported and seen and dealt with, there was at least hundreds, if not thousands of dollars worth of damage that occurred. I think that it's still worthwhile to consider a reward program, because spending $250 to catch the person so that the graffiti stops, I think is better than going out and cleaning it up multiple times and having people victimized, because it's not a good feeling when it's your property and you wake up in the morning and go out and go, oh, great, this is wonderful. To me, I think that although it's not something that appears to be done very often around here, I still think that it has merit and could be a cheaper solution overall for some of these more prolific taggers that we've seen come through over on the west side and then over on the east side, especially in the Beckman Creek Trail area. I think that's all I have. Probably talked enough.
Anybody else?
I've got a question or an idea.
Councilor Shevlin.
Thank you. So we talked a little bit about community service in the other discussion about the administrative warrants, but I don't know if there's any value in approaching high schoolers and I don't want it to be a punitive, and so maybe that's just too difficult to do, especially when you're working with high schoolers, but high schoolers are asked to, do something for their community. So I know at least I have a granddaughter that's in high school here and a granddaughter that's in middle school, and I'd love to have them come out with a scrub brush and a power washer. One of them would probably love to use it. Anyhow, I don't know whether or not there's an opportunity to get some kids that might be interested in there just searching and they can't figure out what their community service project is going to be. And they're getting to the end of their junior year or whenever it is that they have to do it. And maybe they have an opportunity to come out and clean something up. I know it's more episodic, and that probably makes it a little bit not as easy for a high schooler to be able to do, because then they don't know when their project is going to come up, but it might be a thought.
I hear that under the rail bridge kind of always needs it, so maybe that would be the place to send them. I remember in high school, my community hours were forced to go, and it wasn't because I committed a crime, to go and clean up graffiti. So maybe that's why I hate it so much now. But
well, that's good, and so then my idea isn't too crazy, because
no, not at all.
No, I
okay.
think it's a great idea.
Thank you.
I like that.
Council President Berry.
Well, just to circle back where you were talking about loaning out the products for cleanup, I really like that idea, that's low cost. And then I think it makes it easier for the property owners so that they don't have to go shopping and try to figure out what product they're supposed to buy. That's quick and easy, come to City Hall or Public Works and pick it up and get it cleaned up. I really like that. And I love the idea of the volunteers. Keeping like a client management system with those names. So thank you.
And one last thing on volunteers, I totally agree with everybody's comments. The scouting program, there is a merit badge. In my day, it was the Citizens Merit Badge, but there's another merit badge that would apply. It wouldn't be, I think, reaching out to them as an opportunity. I'm sure that they could get a crew they our scouting program is great in our community.
Yeah, I will say, when I was at McMinnville, we did a graffiti volunteer program. The biggest challenge, which I think you all have sort of echoed here, is having enough work all at once for a group to go out and do. Because unless there's a big event that happens, it kind of is periodic, or it might be a little bit over here and a little bit over there. So you don't necessarily want to make people wait for the cleanup, but it's administratively easier if there's more sites to do in a short time than sites over an extended period of time. So I think what I'm hearing from the council generally is like we like the idea of a volunteer program. So that'll be the things that we can work through, is how do we sort of manage the opportunities and staffing that as well.
Councilor Dunlap.
I think that's where it goes back to reward, enforcement, consequences. You know, issue the reward so people start to report it, make it significant enough, maybe $100 or whatever it may be. Then be able to go in and do the enforcement. It's hard to identify, but sometimes it's not. And then the required community service to go along with it. If you have to clean it up yourself, you may think about doing it the next time.
Yeah, and what I would potentially recommend is whatever council does want to move forward with as far as a program is, since this is something new for us, is council consider doing it on a time-based approach, so over a couple years or something like that, so we can see the efficacy, since we don't have necessarily all that data. The one thing that council, and I don't mean to put you on the spot, so maybe think about this and get back to us, is if we pursued a rewards program, what would be the trigger point? And the reason I bring that up is because any potential crime is not prosecuted by the city. So we don't really have much control over that. And so one of the things to think about is what would be the trigger for obtaining that reward. So maybe if you think about that and have some ideas, we can work that into a possible alternative as well.
Can I actually expand on that as well? So something that, while I have you guys here for that question, is during my research when I was looking into the actual reward portion of it, is yes, it had that kind of $100 to $200 range usually with cities. This is more out of state, so I saw a lot in California, New Jersey, some places on the East Coast as well, but a big part of that was the question that I kind of took away from looking at all that city code was the requirements for those to receive the award seemed a little bit high almost to me. Is how incentivizing is it really if you have to get individuals who are reporting it? Can't be on an anonymous basis, because I think that would encourage people to tag and reap the reward. But that's just what I thought. And they would have to be able to identify the person. They would have to be willing to testify against that person, maybe sit in on a municipal court hearing in order to make that testimony, things like that. And so I guess I'm wondering what your guys' reaction is to that, because if $100 is not going to incentivize anyone to do that, because it just seems like, man, that's a whole lot of work that, and I might not even be sure that that's the person, like kind of extrapolating in that direction. How far are we willing to go for that reward?
I'm glad you brought that up, because I think that sheds a completely different lens on what can happen, because then you're potentially going, you could be subject to retaliation and for something like this. And so it's less likely that, a family member or a neighbor is going to want to speak up for a small reward, particularly if they know that they can't do it anonymously.
I'm more than happy to research further. I was just wondering, and again, like Amanda says, maybe this is something that we can come back to later, but just kind of maybe more parameters on that obtainment requirement and things like that. And in the meantime, this pilot program of having, volunteer opportunities and making sure that the city is reactive and supportive to private property owners who receive or whose property is vandalized might be more of a kind of community morale booster instead of, at least in place until those parameters can be set and we can kind of determine a little bit further the efficacy that we can see from it. And then, again, just having a volunteer kind of community morale aspect of it instead might be more successful, I think.
I think I know the answer to this question, I'm going to ask it anyway. Have we ever taken stats on, to the extent we can, on how much the graffiti is caused by someone locally versus someone just passing through the community? And the likelihood, that some of the stuff we're talking about will ever be able to catch these people. I know the one incident that was in River Green and Maury's Landing, there was a local person, I believe, at least on one occasion. But I'm just curious. We have cars stolen all the time with passing through criminals, and I just didn't know if we ever looked into that or if it's possible.
We could certainly look into it. Currently, we don't track that kind of information, but it doesn't mean that's something that we couldn't do in the future. So, yeah, we could certainly look into it.
And I will say, so what we do track, one of the things we track is reports of graffiti, regardless of if it's public or private. We keep, through Cartograph, there's data on that. And generally what does happen is if we start seeing spikes or we're seeing a pretty prevalent amount of graffiti, there are actions that we take to try and determine if we can identify who that person is. Not going to elaborate on that, but when we're seeing upticks, there are additional steps that we take, that our team takes.
Yeah, I would say from my observations on this, you typically see repeats of it, which would tell me that they probably live in the community, that they're not coming in to just, hey, let's go tag up Wilsonville again and then go back to, I don't know, Portland or something. You typically see the repeats, and you see them in kind of the same geographical areas of the city, which would indicate to me that it's around where that person lives and they're usually out on foot doing that. So I would think that it would be odd for someone to be like, hey, let me steal a tag and then steal a car. Those usually in my experience haven't been something that go together. So.
Well, thank you for that input.
Okay. You want to go next one? Okay.
Yeah. All right, and so moving on to kind of expected results from this and kind of general timeline. If council chooses to adopt the administrative warrants process, we can definitely get by sometime within the remainder of the year a draft code amendment in front of you all in order to vote on, and then additionally perhaps a resolution by the end of 2025 for the graffiti abatement, and then in that instance we can have early 2026 be the introduction of that pilot program for graffiti abatement. So we kind of touched on this just throughout, but the future funding considerations that we have, depending on the what we can anticipate is as we continue to discuss these strategies in order to streamline all responses to code enforcement issues, a larger discussion of funding for code enforcement might need to occur at some point. There are some funding considerations kind of immediately within that potential alternatives section, such as the extending those municipal court hours for our municipal court judge, any of those subsidized programs that we discussed, or graffiti supply kits, as we kind of talked on. These are pretty low cost and the administrative overhead is pretty minimal. But with those, like I mentioned, those future goals and additional strategies, that might be something that we want to have a continuous dialogue on, specifically since our last public safety update with the potential of opening a general abatement fund that we kind of saw from other jurisdictions as well. That just might be something that council wants to consider in the future.
So we've discussed a lot already, but if there's any additional questions or comments that any of the councilors have on particularly the administrative warrants or graffiti discussion, we're happy to answer those questions.
I think we're good. Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Good. Very nice. Work session is adjourned to 6:14 PM. The City Council will meet in executive session pursuant to Oregon Revised Statute, Section 192-660, subsection 2, paragraph F, exempt public records, and paragraph H, legal counsel litigation, to consult with counsel concerning the legal rights and duties of the city with regard to current litigation or litigation likely to be filed. Members of the public, outside of representatives of the news media, please exit council chambers. We'll have a 5-minute break. I call to order the meeting of the Wilsonville City Council for September 15th, 2025 at 7:31 p.m. Will the city recorder please call the roll?
Councillor Shevlin?
Here.
Council President Barry?
Here.
Councillor Cunningham?
Here.
Councillor Dunwell?
Here.
Mayor O'Neill?
Here. Please stand and join us to say the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Council President Barry, can I have a motion to approve the following order of agenda?
I move to approve the following order of the agenda.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
The motion has been approved and seconded. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion passes 5-0. Good evening, everyone. Last week brought moments of deep loss and reflection, not only here at home, but across our nation. Before we move forward with tonight's agenda, I want to pause and reflect on two of those: the passing of Wayne Lowry and the political violence our nation has witnessed. This evening, I would like to honor Wayne Lowry's life as a longtime resident, business owner, and pillar of Wilsonville. Wayne and his family shaped the very roots of this city. In 1959, the Lowrys opened Wilsonville's first grocery, which grew into Lowry's Food King. For years, the largest employer in Wilsonville. Wayne and his brother, Terry, joined the business and just as importantly, poured themselves into civic life for over 30 years, if not more. In 1964, Wayne became a charter member of what was then the Wilsonville Jaycees, which with volunteer labor, think of that today, volunteer labor built the first fire station in Wilsonville. Then Governor Mark Hatfield dedicated that station. Wayne and his brother Terry became volunteer firemen. In 1968, Wayne and his brother were instrumental in incorporating the city of Wilsonville. In 1970, when the Wilsonville Cooperative Kindergarten lost its building, Wayne and Terry took on the project of building a new facility with the cooperation of the school district. It was dedicated by Governor Tom McCall, and believe it or not, later won an international award for best community development project in the world that year, in the world. Wayne was charter member and president of the Rotary Club of Wilsonville, and together with Terry was named Citizen of the Year in 1988. The Lowry family's commitment did not stop there. Their leadership touched many parts of Wilsonville. Wayne's father, Bill Lowry, went on to serve as mayor of Wilsonville, championing the community center we still enjoy today. Wayne's life is a reminder that much of what we take for granted in Wilsonville, our schools, our fire protection, our civic traditions, came from neighbors who rolled up their sleeves and built it together. On behalf of the city and our community, I extend our deepest condolences to the Lowry family, including his wife Shirley, daughters Kathy and Carrie, and son Ken, as well as all of Wayne's friends. At this time, I would ask that we observe a moment of silence in Wayne's honor. And now, in recognition of Wayne's remarkable life of service, please join me in a round of applause to celebrate him. Wayne's life reminds us that the strength of Wilsonville has always come from people who choose to serve over division and build bridges instead of walls. His example is especially meaningful as we reflect on the tragic violence our nation has witnessed over the last couple of years. Political assassination is an attack on democracy itself, no matter who the victim is or who carries it out. These acts are never justified. They leave families grieving, communities shaken, and most painfully, they leave our children scarred. This year alone, we have endured too much. The assassination of political activist Charlie Kirk in Utah a few days ago, the assassination of former Minnesota House Speaker Melissa Hortman and her husband in June, and other acts of political and social violence across our nation. Each of these wounds cuts deep. When children here in Wilsonville saw not only a killing unfold in real time, but also the wave of angry commentary that followed on television and social media, that is when I knew I had to speak, because silence in the face of violence sends the wrong message, and our children deserve better. No single statement can capture the full pain this violence has caused across our country. What we can do here together is recognize the underlying danger, destructive words and rising anger that can trigger more violence. When young people see violence on the news or on social media, and then hear adults respond with blame and bitterness and hatred, it sends a dangerous message. In this case, Wilsonville's children saw Mr. Kirk's assassination online before parents could even prepare them for that conversation, including me as a father. And in those same moments, social media was filled with anger and blame. But here in Wilsonville, we can and should model a better example, one of respect, patience, and listening, so our children see that dialogue can heal rather than divide. That is why I felt it was time to speak, especially after I heard that a member of the DRB was a participant of some of that speech. Words matter. They can either heal or divide, calm or inflame. And on behalf of the City Council, I want to apologize for Clark Hildman's conduct on DRB making those social media statements. It's an embarrassment to the city. We've got news reports. The city has had to issue a release, and I am extremely sorry that it embarrassed our city and our staff. And history reminds us that the call to love our neighbor and forgive, even when it's hard, remains one of the most powerful guides we have. And let me be clear, my resolve is not selective. Whether it happens in Utah, Minnesota, Oregon, or anywhere in this nation, political violence against anyone is an attack on all of us, and I mean all of us. My decision to speak tonight is not about personalities or politics. It is about our children and grandchildren and breaking the cycle of rhetoric that can lead to more violence. Here in Wilsonville, we are at our best when we choose to live the Wilsonville way, which is showing respect, working together, and listening even when we disagree. It means leading with both head and heart and putting people above politics. We've done well as a community, but moments like this remind us we can always do better, especially when it comes to being role models for the next generation. As we reflect on these tragedies, I hold close the values of love, acceptance, forgiveness, and humility. Timeless virtues not always easy to live by, but essential if we are to heal, to protect our children, and to move forward together as a community and as a nation. As your mayor, I want to make sure our community continues to model a different path, one of constructive dialogue, not destructive rhetoric. My heart goes out to every family who has suffered the pain of political or social violence. Let us keep them in our hearts and prayers, and let us honor them by recommitting ourselves to words and actions that reflect the very best of who we are. Thank you. The balance of my report to council and community will be submitted as part of my written submissions, given the time involved tonight. We're running a little late. I'll report that our next city council meeting, at least currently scheduled, is Monday, October 6th, starting at 7 p.m. And with that, we will be turning to communications. Our first community group for communications tonight is Wilsonville Rotary Club to tell us about their Peace City initiative. Dr. Lori LaJoy Bishop will be presenting. Welcome.
Good evening, Mayor and City Councilors, staff, and fellow community members. I'm excited to be here, and I feel like, especially hearing the words regarding our community at large and Wayne Lowry, I think this is a poignant and timely project. My name is Dr. Laura LaJoy. I've been a participating member of this community for 30 years, and I'm a very proud Wilsonvillian. Currently, I am the Youth Services Director for the Wilsonville Rotary. I'm also a past president and an active member of our Peace Committee. Also not very tech savvy, so if you see something that I need to experience here in a good way, let me know. So what are the International Cities of Peace? This project was founded in 2009. Currently, there are more than 450 cities of peace around the world in more than 70 countries and on 6 continents. The goal is to have more than 1,000 cities of peace around the world by 2030. Wilsonville culture has always had a service and collaboration that allows us to bring something like this together with the city, not just for Rotary to do action items regarding peace or just for the city to do them, but to be able to work together as a community at large. Peace is not the absence of conflict. It is the presence of safety, prosperity, and the quality of life. And these words, I believe, align directly with this City Council's goals for this year in terms of safety, community and engagement, and in the communications at large. As our community is growing, we have an opportunity to support our city as a place of inclusion, service, and of peace. Peace activities work to build stronger, more connected communities, and it's what we do in Wilsonville every day. It is part of the Wilsonville way, and it is what we do here together. It's about community-led peace actions to encourage a feeling of connection and support among its citizens. And the key word here is action. We don't want to just talk about it. We don't want to just see nice, pretty pictures on the wall and say, oh, isn't that nice? We want to create a legacy. We want to create something that is going to be for future generations and for our youth not only to experience, but to participate in. Wilsonville is part of a larger peace movement actively going on in Oregon. Some of you may have heard of the Oregon Peace Trail. Well, this was started by Larry Stroberg, who's a Rotarian from Oregon, and some other local members that wanted to be able to take all the way from Oregon City, where the Oregon Peace Trail ended, and use something akin to the Oregon Peace Trail to connect these cities over a 308-mile trail down to Ashland. Many of these landmarks that are going to be along the Peace Trail are peace poles, much like the one that you have in front of City Hall. Every one of the peace poles say, may peace prevail on earth, and it often is 8 or more languages. We have the gift of having ours even in Braille on the one at City Hall, which is very cool. There are currently 4 peace poles in Wilsonville alone, and more than 500 in the state of Oregon. One of the things that is poignant about this is that we actively have Interact students that are involved in a service organization at Wilsonville High School that are working towards building peace poles for bringing peace poles to every school in Wilsonville. There's currently one at Wilsonville High School. They're actively working on the 2 middle schools next, and beyond that will be the 4 primary schools, including the new one at Frog Pond. The things that we want to do right here in Wilsonville is to be able to create a peace monument over in Town Center Park, and also to create a peace zone over at Boone's Ferry Park down by Talkman House. And I'm going to be talking about those specifically. So here you can see a map of Town Center Park. Through discussions with Wilsonville Parks and Recreation, we've discovered that the best place for us to have this peace monument is going to be on the south side of the park, near where the picnic area is. The goal is to keep it very simple, very straightforward, and that will be complementary and respectful to the other existing monuments in this place, particularly the Korean War Memorial. We want to make sure that we have things that are attached to this peace monument that will be able to educate the community and to be able to create events around this. We're not sure exactly what it's going to look like yet, but we're certain that it will be beautiful, respectful, and we're actually working with some of the current local artists to see if we can't get someone who lives or works in Wilsonville to be able to help us with this. How are we going to make this happen? Well, we don't want to have to put more on the city. We want to have it be a community effort. So the goal is to do fundraising efforts, to be able to build the monument, and also to be able to have this done by World Peace Day 2026. And that would be September 21st. And to have some kind of an event around this that we'd be able to celebrate the building of the monument. The next part is the Boone's Ferry Park Peace Zone. Now, this would be a much more elaborate project. We have more latitude because there's more ground that is available at the Boone's Ferry Park. And we also see this as something that can be a place of reflection, a place of gathering, where we can have events or music, and ways that people can really connect, not only for peace, but also for the greater good of building friendships, building goodwill, and to create that special feeling that we want to be able to have as Wilsonville residents. Again, how are we going to do this? Well, we want to make sure that we're self-sustaining. So while this is currently a Rotary project, the goal is to make sure that we are building this with the greater community. On the last slide, I'll have an email address where anyone who's interested in participating will be able to reach out to us and get more information in how to be part of this as a leader or in action. This slide is more complicated because it spells out everything that Wilsonville does in the community, and it's all of our active action items that we're currently doing. It's hard to read the bottom icons, but I wanted to bring your attention to the one on the far left. The peace building and conflict prevention is one of the things that Rotary International around the world is involved with. Another one is community and economic development, which I know the city council is interested in, and also the environment. So these are things that as we're building this, we want to make sure that we are keeping in mind, is this sustainable? Is this beautiful? Is it cost effective? And are we going to be able to create something that will create a legacy? When we look at some of these action items, the peace polls is at the top of our social peace initiatives. As I said, this is something that our youth are actively working on, and we have here in the city, not just at City Hall, but also at the library. There's another one at the Rose Garden over at Town Center Park, and there's currently one at the high school. The Rose Garden is another one. I just had someone the other day that I was talking to about roses, and they had no idea who cared for those roses. It isn't obvious who cares for them, but it is obvious that they care. And as we do these peace initiatives, we want to make sure that that's what people get. It doesn't matter who's doing the work. It matters that the work is done. The other thing that's on our peace programs is the Oregon Peace Trail. This is something that it's happening with or without us, but because we have such a strong, and not action, but our passion for peace and building that resilience within our community, they're bringing the Oregon Peace Trail through Wilsonville because they see the work we're doing. And it's not just Rotary, it's the city also. So thank you for all the work that you're doing as well. I wanted to draw attention also to some of the things that I see the city doing. You're already involved in peace and service every day. The Civics Academy, which I have the good fortune of having graduated from back in 1995, and again when they reinitiated it at the beginning in the 2000s. But Smart Transit is a fantastic way for us as a community to participate in peace by allowing people to get where they need to go in a safe and comfortable environment with kind people that care. The DEI committee, our public art displays. Me personally, those hearts that we have around town, it makes going for a walk or a run or a ride around town even more wonderful because I have these beautiful things that I get to see that we all get to share. The emergency preparedness, that's wonderful. I don't know how many communities are actually actively doing that, but we have that on September 19th, is that right? September, what's the date? Somebody give it to me. I'm sorry, September 20th, I wrote it down. The Harvest Festival on October 19th. That's something that we're already actively doing as a community, that we can participate in a fun and joyful way. We also have the Arts Council that is bringing back the Arts Festival October 10th through the 12th. Now, I'm pointing to these things specifically because they're wonderful and they're ways for us to connect with our friends and other community members. How else are we going to build goodwill? How else are we going to build better friendships? And how else are we going to create a culture of peace in our community that everyone can enjoy? It's the action. Now, the call to action. Some of you are probably sitting there going, what does she want? What do they want? Well, what we want is to be able to have the Peace Monument, as it's developed, integrated into the city plan. The Boones Ferry Peace Park Zone to be able to be integrated into the city plans because there is going to be care that needs to be taken. And we want to make sure that there's regulation compliance, which is why we also met with Parks and Rec before we did this presentation. Another thing is establishing the city of Wilsonville as an international city of peace. Wilsonville Rotary has already designated a partner in peace through International Cities of Peace, thanks to Jake McMichael for putting that application together for us, and we're grateful for that. But we want to take it a step further and have the city actually partner with us. It doesn't mean more work other than whoever gets to help us fill out the application, but it does mean that we get to have that designation on this international website. We We also are looking forward to inviting our community members, individuals and groups, Mayor O'Neill, each of our city councilors, as individuals who love this community as much as I do, and I know you do. Our staff members, our community members, the people in this room, and everyone that we're able to touch with this project who can see that all it's going to do is develop more depth and more clarity in the thoughtfulness of our community as we put it together. Thank you for this opportunity to present this to the city. We want to work together with you and partners in fostering peace, in service, and community engagement. And also, thank you for the opportunity to provide progress updates in the future to let you know how it's doing. We don't expect anything from you. What we want is everything for you and this community of Wilsonville, because we do love it so much. Our contact information is there on the screen, wilsonvillepeace@gmail.com. And that, again, is not just Wilsonville Rotary, but it's everyone who gets involved with this, because it's going to be a greater community effort than just us. With that, I thank you for giving me this time.
Thank you. Dr. LaJoy, you mentioned at the beginning of your presentation reaching out to artists. There's one particular one at the high school. Have you, the art teacher that did one of the hearts collectively with her students.
Oh.
So if you're thinking of artists, you know, she'd be a nice person to get her students involved. I'm just playing it, and I've forgotten her name offhand. But I can get you that information.
I would love that, thank you. And we have talked about having the high school work with us together, much like they did with the Beauty and the Bridge project, because having our youth involved in anything that has legacy takes wings.
Thank you. Councilor Shevlin?
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you so much for being here tonight. I'm so happy that you and so many representatives of Rotary are here. I was approached about 4 months ago by Mr. Jake McMichael. Mr. McMichael and his wife, Diane, Mr. McMichael, a longtime Rotarian, and his wife, Diane, are past First Citizens. And Mr. McMichael asked me if I could bring this forward to our city to learn more about being an international city of peace. So I took it to our city manager, and all of you made it possible to bring this here tonight. In light of all the challenges that we face, and those in our immediate circle, I think this is just a wonderful opportunity for our city to really show who we are. I've got a little bit of a competitive edge. I want to be the very first up here in this part of the state to be able to be an international city of peace. And one last comment, you said it wouldn't be any additional work, but I challenge you, and I challenge all of us, because it does take more work in that we have to then present ourselves in a manner. We have to project ourselves as being representatives of our city, citizens of our city, that act in a way that promotes peace. Thank you.
Well said, I agree. And one of the things in my notes I forgot to speak was we're only one of 3 cities that are international cities of peace so far in the state of Oregon. The other 2 are Eugene and Ashland. And it happens that Ashland is the end of the Oregon Peace Trail, which is poignant.
Councilor Cunningham.
Dr. LaJoy, thank you for letting us know about this. And I just wanted to point out and thank you for, obviously your careful consideration around respecting the Korean War Memorial. But I also think that I think it's a perfect thing to have a peace memorial across from the Korean War Memorial. And I think that there's something about that that kind of speaks to, the distance between war and peace and what it takes, that there's a huge gap there. And, I look forward to when this opens, when this becomes a thing, to go to the Korean War Memorial and then just take that walk over to this peace memorial and really think about just that divide between those two things.
Thank you. And it's your children and their friends and families that are going to benefit from this as well in the future. So I'm also grateful for that. Thank you.
Great. Council President Berry?
Yeah, thank you for your wonderful presentation. It couldn't have been more timely. And I also really support the project. I love hearing about it. I agree with what both Councilors Shevlin and Cunningham have just said about the location and getting people involved, and just that it's a positive thing and that it's symbolic and that it's physical symbols that people will see over and over again. Such great reminders. So thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much for your presentation. Next on communication, Deborah Arthur will provide a report about Art Behind the Walls, the collaboration between Portland State University and Coffee Creek Correctional Facility funded through a Wilsonville Metro Community Enhancement Grant. Welcome, Deborah.
Excellent. Thank you so much, Mr. Mayor and councilors. Thank you for this opportunity to share the project that we worked on with the Community Enhancement Grant and what came of that project. I am really honored to have worked on this grant and to be able to share with you what came from it. And I do want to thank the mayor for the comments at the start of the meeting. Really important, I feel like, to hear that from you, and I appreciated hearing it. And it did make me think that that's in fact what this project is doing as well, is building bridges beyond the walls. And it's just so important, however we can approach that at this point in time. So I'm glad I had the opportunity to work on this. So I am faculty at Portland State University, and I am the founder of Portland State's Higher Education in Prison program. So we have a full bachelor's degree pathway now at Coffee Creek Correctional Facility. I am a longtime Wilsonville resident, and it's been a passion of mine to connect Coffee Creek with the community. Of course, everyone who lives at Coffee Creek lives in Wilsonville and is part of our community, but we often forget that because they're tucked away behind the hill, behind the wall. But my work has been to bring education to the women at Coffee Creek. This project in particular was to be able to also bring the students at Coffee Creek into the community and vice versa. So the Community Enhancement Grant paid for a class through the Higher Education in Prison program, specifically an art class called Artist as Citizen. And the students were able to fulfill a requirement toward their bachelor's degree, which was there's an arts requirement. But additionally, and more importantly, were able to share a bit of themselves through their art that then was displayed in the Wilsonville Public Library. We also had the opportunity to have the art enhanced with creative technology and augmented reality. So as you'll see in the video I'll play here, folks were able to walk around with their phone and scan the art and then hear the artist's, the student's voice reading something that went with their project or talking about the motivation for their project, or perhaps they were able to see an extra piece of art that was attached through this enhanced technology. How in the world that works, I have no idea, but somebody knows how to do that, and it was pretty cool. And so I will just go ahead and play this video that is a news clip. Let Let's see if this works.
It's amazing because it just gives us the opportunity to be seen beyond our crime, beyond the adult in custody label, like beyond women that are just confined behind a fence.
This exhibit was created by incarcerated women at Oregon's only women's prison. The exhibit is called We're All Bound Up Together, and the women from Coffee Creek used recycled materials, including cutouts from magazines from their own hometowns, to create collages representing their individual stories and identities. We spoke with one of the artists, Michelle Ellers, who's no longer in custody. She took art classes and even earned a bachelor's degree from PSU while serving time at Coffee Creek. She says the finished products include an augmented reality component through an app that pops up different images that move across the page, including music or a poem that's read in the artist's voice.
We were able to view it before the event, and there was like galaxies on the sky, and there was, flowers growing in the forest. There's ocean pieces. It's pretty amazing. I'm not sure what we look like spinning around with our phones, enjoying all the augmented reality.
And this is all part of a collaboration between the library, Portland State University, and the Oregon's DOC's Coffee Creek Correctional Facility.
We're thrilled that some of the media folks came out to highlight that, and then it was also in the Spokesman and some other, I think, news outlets. One of the really exciting things was that we had created a way for people who viewed the art to be able to write a note in a general way. They don't know the individual artist, but in a general way to be able to respond to the art. And we were able to take those notes and scan them all for safety, and then be able to share them with the women at Coffee Creek. And it was just so beautiful when they were able to see that other folks had witnessed what they had created. You are needed in this world. Thank you for your vulnerability. Thank you. Your stories are so important to make your humanity visible. Keep going. We see you. We're all reaching for connection. Thank you for reaching out and sharing your connectivity with us.
That's beautiful. That's profound.
Yeah. So meaningful to see that connection happen between just all community members in Wilsonville, some previously maybe forgotten. And so, yeah, we're really thrilled. So grateful for the grant that allowed this to happen. Suzanne Savaria was the amazing art instructor who created the Artist as Citizen class and worked with a student at PSU who is formerly incarcerated at Coffee Creek as a teaching assistant. The grant was also covered materials for the art supplies, et cetera, for the signage for the event, the exhibit and the opening reception at the library, and then also SETI, the Creative and Emerging Technology Institute, was able to add the tech piece in for what you saw there on the screen. So I am really grateful that we received this grant. First of all, I'm grateful that it exists. What a really amazing opportunity to be able to come up with creative projects that fulfill all the mission that we've been hearing about tonight of creating connection, building peace, sharing our humanity together. So this was the project that we wrote the grant for, and I feel like the benefit was really profound, both for the students and for the community members who could witness that art. So it's really an honor to be able to share about that project with you, and I thank you for your support, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Councilor Dunwell.
I have a comment and a question. So I think that as all of us in Wilsonville should never forget that Coffee Creek is part of our city. It is part of our community. And whether, the AICs remain here after their release or they go back to their homes, they are still part of our community while they're here. And quite a few of the employees also live here in our communities, so it really does matter. I've participated in the Rotary event twice now, and it's always quite inspiring. I do have a question because you're part of the PSU program. What are the qualifications for an AIC to participate in the program?
The short answer is that PSU is one of a small handful of four-year universities that received authorization from the Federal Department of Education for Pell Grants for incarcerated students. And so in order to access a Pell Grant, students have to be fully admitted degree-seeking students. So they apply to PSU like any other student would. Our program has nothing to do with, we facilitate the application process, but in no way are decision makers. That goes through PSU admissions. Students are admitted or sometimes denied, depending. And so it's just the same process any student would go through to participate and become a PSU student. And then on the Department of Corrections side, and they're great partners in this as well, I would be remiss to not mention that. There is a requirement for a certain amount of length of time with no disciplinary problems. Other than that, we do not, DOC does not, and our program does not discriminate in any way based on length of sentence. There are students in the program that do not have a release date. Most of them do, but not all of them. So we don't discriminate based on length of sentence or type of crime. We're on both the medium and minimum side of the prison. So it's basically the approval from DOC and PSU admissions, and then they're in.
I would expect that if you asked the AICs, both current and those that have been released, they could say it's life-changing.
Absolutely, absolutely. I mean, you saw briefly on the media clip, Michelle, who had some community college credits before she came to Coffee Creek, and then was like absolutely blown away that she was going to be able to continue college inside, was a fantastic student, our first graduate inside. She graduated from PSU about 6 weeks before she released. She's gainfully employed. And then there's, I think, 8 more graduations coming up. So it is absolutely life-changing. There is nothing better than that moment when you're working with a student and they realize for the first time that they can do this, and the possibilities just like, you can see them open up before them. It's pretty cool.
Council President Berry.
Yeah, thank you for your presentation. As a city council president and member here, and also a participant on that enhancement committee, it's really, really nice to have you come back and tell us how the money was used and how it benefited the people directly and others indirectly. So I really appreciate you taking the time. In sales, they always say facts tell, stories sell. And so it's really good to hear the stories, to know that when the city does have some money for grants that we can disperse, that is being applied in a really useful, productive way that's enhancing our entire city. So thank you. Thank you for your time, and thank you for everything you're doing.
Oh, absolutely. My pleasure. Thank you. And thank you for being a part of that committee and allowing us to undertake this project. Appreciate it.
Good. Thank you very much for your presentation.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. We will move now to community input and announcements portion of the City Council meeting agenda. This is an opportunity for visitors to address the City Council on any matter concerning city business or any matter over which the council has control. It is also the time to address items not on the agenda. It is also time to address items that are on the agenda but not scheduled for a public hearing. Staff will make every effort to respond to questions raised during community input as quickly as possible following the council meeting. Please limit your comments to 3 minutes. Please, when conveying your remarks, whatever they may be, please speak to the council as a whole and not directly to any one member of council during comments. Also, please note you can use the podium or sit at the tables in front of council, whatever makes you feel more comfortable. Please make sure you talk into the microphone at either location. To comment before council in person and virtually, you must sign up either by completing a speaker card at the side of the room or by using the raise hand feature in Zoom. You will need to provide your name, address, and topic you will be discussing. Information on engaging with City Council can be found on the City Council's webpage, ci.wilsonville.or.us/City Council. As a reminder, when you begin your comments, state your name for the record and state your address, or state that your address is provided on your speaker card. Please note that this is not the only way to communicate with the council or me. You are always welcome to submit information in writing or via email. Additionally, I encourage you to schedule a meeting with me or any of the other council members to discuss your concerns further. Just the one. Okay. Doris Whaler.
Good evening. My name is Doris Whaler. I live in Frog Pond West, as my address shows on the card. First of all, I want to thank Mayor O'Neill for a very moving tribute of Wayne Lowry. What you may not know is the application for that international award for the kindergarten was written by me, and the most outstanding thing about that whole project was it cost $5,010, $5 for every resident of Wilsonville at that time, which was 1,010 people. What I came here tonight was to talk about Beckman Road and the Beckman roundabout. While I am still adjusting to those narrow lanes, or the ones that at least seem narrow on Beckman Road, I want to tell you that the roundabout is wonderful. It's working extremely well. So thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else? Okay. Now let's turn to councilor comments, liaison reports, and meeting announcements. Council President Berry.
What I'd like to do is talk about our cultural calendar with items that are coming up. The Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion Committee cultural calendar highlights dates of significance for historically marginalized communities. And there's 3 dates in September that are of note: the Hispanic Heritage Month, the Rosh Hashanah, and Yom Kippur events. And so I'm going to tell you a little bit about each one. The Hispanic Heritage Month is recognized from September 15th to October 15th, and it's a time to celebrate the rich culture and contributions of the Hispanic and Latino culture on the nation's history. People with ancestry from Spain, Portugal, Mexico, the Caribbean, and Central and South America celebrate their roots. Rosh Hashanah is September 22nd through the 24th. This is the Jewish New Year. It's the first of the Jewish high holidays, And it's a time for reflection, repentance, and renewal through special prayers and festive meals, which often includes apples and honey to symbolize a sweet new year. And finally, there's the Yom Kippur, another Jewish high holiday, is observed on October 1st and 2nd. This is the holiest day of the year in Judaism, and it's a day for atonement, to seek forgiveness for sins and deepen our spiritual connections. It involves a 25-hour period of fasting, prayer, and focus on one's spirituality. Another event that's coming up is our emergency preparedness fair, which was mentioned earlier today. It's going to be Saturday, September 20th from 10 a.m. to noon over at the Stein Boozer Barn in Memorial Park, and this is an annual event. You get to hear from experts from the city and partner organizations to learn the basics of being prepared for an emergency, including building a to-go kit and how to get connected with emergency alerts and what to know about the wildfire season and more. This was originally motivated by the wildfires and the ice storms, the heat dome, and the COVID pandemic that we've experienced in the past 5 years. Wilsonville Ready campaign is a year-round effort to help our residents and our businesses become better equipped to endure the immediate aftereffect of an emergency when power, water, food, medical aid, communications, and other basic services may be unavailable. So I highly encourage you to mark your calendar and attend. You can also find information every single month in the Boones Ferry Messenger about emergency preparedness and on our website. So just, in brief, for meetings that I have attended since our last city council meeting, there was a highlight for the September 10th. The city hosted right here in City Hall, the Chamber of Commerce, the Morning Spark meeting. And we had a presentation by Zoe, our assistant to the city manager, on the Explore Wilsonville website. And if you haven't checked out that website, I really encourage you to. There are lots of ideas of what you can do inside the city of Wilsonville and nearby areas. So if you are looking for things to do yourself, or if you have friends and relatives that are coming to visit, or maybe you have business people coming in from out of town that are saying, what can I do while I'm staying here in Wilsonville? It's a great website. And then upcoming on my calendar, on September 17th, I'm planning to sit in on the C4 subcommittee. And then September 18th, the next day, is the Community Enhancement Committee that we just heard a report on somebody who received one of those grants. That is my report.
Thank you. Councilor Dunwell.
In the interest of time, I have none. Thank you, Mayor.
Okay, thank you. Councilor Cunningham.
Thank you. Mayor O'Neill, I'd like to thank you for your comments, not just for Mr. Lowry, but for the division in our country that seeped into our city as well, and sadly into the halls of this building. I'll submit my report of my meetings in writing, but I wanted to talk a little bit about what we witnessed last Wednesday. I know there's a lot of people in our community who are hurting right now, who are grieving, who felt the death of Charlie Kirk personally. Charlie Kirk was a husband. He was a father. And he was a true believer in Jesus Christ. And of all those things, that's what he wanted to be remembered for most. Not his political activism, not the work that he did on that front, but that he knew that what he did here on earth mattered. He was never violent. He never pushed for violence. A lot of people pushed for violence against him. There's a lot of really terrible rhetoric that was thrown his way. To call someone a Nazi, I don't know if people really understand what that word means. I don't know if they've ever cracked their history books open, really looked at the word Nazi and what that was. To call someone a Nazi is you better have a lot of receipts if you bring that word along. There's a lot of people hurting though, and it's been, you know, when stuff like this happens, unfortunately, you see the best and you see the worst. You see people come together. I've seen it in my personal life. I've seen people who didn't agree with a single word that Charlie Kirk ever spoke, but they still understood that he was human. They still understood that the people around them were hurting, and they were respectful of that, and they were thoughtful of the person next to them. I don't know if everyone here, if everyone watching saw the footage, but it was horrific. I was a police officer for 6 years, and it is right up there on the top of the list with some of the worst things I've ever seen.
Not to interrupt your thoughts, but my son saw it uncensored before I even had a chance to talk with him. So, sorry, go ahead, Councilman.
My son, he started to ride the bus home, and I decided to go pick him up from school. And before I could even get to him, he'd already heard the news. And it was tough. It's not something that I want anyone to have to see. It was terrible. And like I said, nobody has to agree with a single word that he said. But I think that we do have to respect each other enough that we can speak without the threat of violence, that we won't face violence for words. That's not an equal reaction to spoken words, to wind. I think Wilsonville, we can be better than all that. We have to remember that we share our streets, we share our parks, we share this room that we sit in right now. Our children share sports fields and classrooms and school buses. And I would hope that we could share at least one value, that we condemn the murder of a man who was using his God-given right to speak. Because I can tell you this, if you support that kind of thing, if you condone that kind of violence, you will never reach the moral high ground by standing on corpses. It's impossible. It doesn't mean that we're not going to disagree at times. It's okay. Disagreements are good. We get to a stronger place. There's 5 people up here. We have disagreements. We've had them in the past. We're going to have them again. I could speak 2 words right now. We could set off a disagreement. You guys know what those 2 words are, right? Town center. And we're going to have a disagreement because we all have our ideas. That's okay. I feel like we're going to get to a better place because of that. But when we disagree, we have to strive to do it respectfully. When we disagree, we have to argue honestly. And when we disagree, it's essential that we do it peacefully. There's no place in this city for violence of any kind. I'm just going to close with a quote from Charlie Kirk. He said, "When people stop talking, really bad stuff starts. When marriages stop talking, divorce happens. When civilizations stop talking, civil war ensues. When you stop having a human connection with someone you disagree with, it becomes a lot easier to want to commit violence against that group. What we as a culture have to get back to is being able to have reasonable disagreement where violence is not an option." So I challenge everyone to go out and think about that and try to embody that idea that we can listen, we can disagree, but we can't have what happened on Wednesday. We can't have what happened in Minnesota. We can't have what happened in Butler, Pennsylvania, or I think it was Mar-a-Lago, or any other example of political violence. That's not what we do in this country. It is an attack on the core beliefs that made this country what it is, and it's an attack, as the mayor said, on each and every one of us, and it should be condoned completely. Thank you.
Thank you. Council. Councilor Shevlin.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Councilor Cunningham, for your heartfelt remarks. You have a very strong, very good message. And thank you also, Mayor, for your leadership in your comments tonight. Just a couple of events that are coming up. Oh, I wanted to thank Doris.
Nicely done.
I think she's gone. Oh, she's there, okay. I couldn't see her. She's getting littler. I love that roundabout as well. So I'm over there a couple times a week, and I just love that new roundabout, and it's just so much fun to drive over the bridge, so it's beautiful. A couple of things coming up in our community. It's almost the end of summer. September 22nd is officially the end of summer. We have a bike ride called the Sunset to Summer coming up on September 21st. That's this Sunday. You meet at the Town Center Park at 5:30 for a 10-mile bike ride through Wilsonville, and the group will pause at just the right time to watch the sunset. It's a family-friendly ride, and it's open to bicyclists of all ages and abilities. Everyone is required to wear a helmet and to have proper lighting. There's a film coming up on the first Friday, which is October 3rd. It's called Karate Kid, The Legends. It has Ralph Macchio in it. Many of us, or our children and now our grandchildren, know about Ralph Macchio, but I want to tell you a little personal story about him. When I was a green, wet behind the ears, working the night shift, pediatric nurse in Southern Oregon in the early 1980s, we had a young man, 5 years old, who was losing his battle to cystic fibrosis. And he had watched, it was the first Karate Kid out. And all he wanted to do was to be able to either meet or talk to Ralph Macchio. And so Ralph couldn't make it up. He was a young man. I think he was only 19 or 20 when he made the movie. But he called that young man and he spoke with him. And I had to arrange that because I was working the night shift and the call had to come in early in the morning, about 6:30 in the morning. And it was so touching to that young patient that I was caring for to be able to have the conversation. Unfortunately, he passed just a few days after that. But when I introduced the movies and now the series to my grandchildren, and I told them that story, and it just meant a lot to me. So please come to the movie. It's October 3rd. It's a new movie, Ralph, that Karate Kid, The Legends, and the doors open at 2:45 at the library, and the movie will start at 3. You can bring your own snacks, or there are snacks available by donation. Paper Shredding Day is October the 4th from 9 a.m. to 2 p.m. here at City Hall. In lieu of a fee, the city is asking that participants consider making a donation to Wilsonville Community Sharing, either in the way of food or cash. And also, proof of residency is required. So if you do bring your papers to shred, please have some proof of residency. And when the truck fills up, it has to take off. So be here early. It runs from 9 to 2, but I'll bet it'll be full before 2 o'clock. A couple of other announcements. Thursday, October 9th is the Diversity, Equity, and Inclusions Committee Speaker Series. The topic is supporting transgender family members, friends, and neighbors, and will be a panel-style discussion. Sunday, October 18th is the Fall Harvest Festival at the Stein Bouger Barn in Mirazi Plaza. And Saturday, October 25th, one of my favorite days, Bulky Waste Day. I've got a couple of old patio chairs that need to go in the bulky waste. So that is on Saturday in partnership with Republic Services. And that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you. The next item is our consent agenda. Will the city attorney please read the items on consent?
Mayor, I don't believe we have anything on consent this evening.
We don't. Sorry.
Fortunate for you all to not hear me speed read.
Wow. I'm so used to. Okay. Okay, wow. There's at least always something where you have to jump in and let me know I got it wrong. Okay, great. The next item then on the agenda is the selection of an executive recruitment firm to lead the search of our next city manager. In anticipation of Mr. Cosgrove's upcoming retirement at the end of the year, Human Resources Manager Andrea Villagrana finally will summarize the results of council's evaluations of the proposals received. Take it away.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. Thank you for your time this evening. I was able to send a summary to each council member this afternoon. Hopefully you had a chance to review the summary of your results. You were able to look over 5 different proposals from, I think, some very different firms and some very similar firms. And I think you had 2 proposals that stood out a little bit more than the others. If I look at the results from the, it was in essence an evaluation matrix that was sent to you to go through. So the 2 that stood out the most, I think, based on the scoring would be GMP Consultants and also Raftelis. And I did want to talk a little bit about a couple of comments that I did see in the evaluations. I didn't put them in the summary that I emailed to you because I thought that you might want to talk about them tonight. So one of the comments that I did see was that counselors are interested in perhaps utilizing the same firm that we used when we hired City Manager Brian Cosgrove. And that was not one of the firms who submitted a proposal. That was a firm called Waldron, who now works a little bit more in the private or nonprofit sector than the public sector. But I will say that the consultant who worked with Waldron at the time, back in 2011, the consultant who worked with Waldron, Heather Gantz, is actually one of the consultants for one of the proposals, and that's Raftelis. So she worked with the city, not only for the city manager recruitment, but then also we utilized Heather for a couple of other executive searches as well back in the early 10s. So with that, I wanted to see if you had any questions for me or if you wanted to discuss any of the items.
So will you remind?
Council President Berry.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Will you remind me? I remember seeing Heather's name in the proposals, but I can't right now associate which company she was with.
She's with Raftelis.
Okay.
And I think I'm pronouncing that correctly. I also have a hard time with some names too. So
thank you.
Councilor Shevlin.
Thank you. I'll be honest, Raftelis rose to the top for me, and that's one that I graded the highest. I did like seeing that they were involved in city manager placement locally with some of our sister cities, Tigard and Beaverton, for example. So I just really like that, excuse me, closer to home approach, and that was a plus for me. Thank you.
Councilor Dunwell.
I was particularly pleased that GMP rose to the top. I think the not only the extent of their proposal, but the extent of their experience really set them apart. They are, they're up in Washington State, from what I recall, correct? Isn't it it's the Spokane Met?
It's closer, I believe. I thought in the Bellevue area, but I'm not.
Okay.
I'm not
Yeah.
entirely certain.
Yeah.
Don't quote me on that.
Extensive resume, specifically at the city manager level, it appeared. So I was pleased they rose to the top, and I thought both Prothman and Raftelis came in as close seconds.
Any other comments?
I will. I agree. I can't, it's getting late. The company that Councilor Dunwell just mentioned, the one with the GRP or whatever, that was the top one for me too. I liked their presentation and their experience, and I thought the prices were all real reasonable with the first 3 consultant teams. It seemed like the bottom 2 that got filtered out may not have been as interested. Their prices were over the top, and one of them only included one bioskit. So anyway, I'm pleased with the selections that you're offering.
For what it's worth, I thought Rough Tellus rose to the top. I started first by looking at the positions that they filled over the last 10 years. Many in Oregon. It's noted that within that 10 years, the city of Tigard had picked someone else originally, and which resulted in, I guess, a hire of a city manager. And I think it was 2022 or 2023. And then sure enough, they're out again looking for another city manager, and they went to Rough Tellus. And I've heard, with my interactions with the mayors, some positive things, and the regional mayors. I like that experience. In my personal view, we talked about transparency. I also like consistency. We have someone that we've known. It so happens that the person that the city used has now landed in Rough Tellus, and that just makes me a little bit more secure in my personal decision-making. So I kind of like that position. Are you? Yeah. It's not coming up. Oh, you're passing?
Well, no, I would like to speak.
Oh, well, okay, I'm sorry. It's not, something's happened with Councilor Cunningham.
Thank you. Yeah, so I was the third GMP at the top of the list person. I think that they had a pretty extensive and wide range. Their references page it felt to me like it was the most extensive one of all, and especially for the value that they offered, I thought that those two things combined, along with the rest of their proposal being very strong in comparison, that one stood out to me the most for sure. But yeah, and I also agree that, the couple of the other ones almost felt like they mailed it in on us, so.
Thank you. Any further comments? Okay, Councilor President Barry, can I have a motion to advance the professional service agreement for the city of Wilsonville with any particular person that you want to identify?
I move that we advance the professional services agreement for the city of Wilsonville with the number one that you had mentioned, it's late, Raphael or...
Rough Tellus.
Pardon? Rough Tellus.
Which, oh.
So I think GMP and Raftelis were very close, but if we're looking solely at the numbers that I sent out today, it would be GMP.
Oh, I would like to amend my motion.
Well, it's not, it didn't get that far.
Yeah, you didn't even get a second, so.
Let's not belabor but just say it again.
I would like to make a motion to advance our professional services for the city of Wilsonville with the number one for consulting firms that was selected by the council as GMP.
Is there a second?
I second that motion.
Okay, the motion to advance a professional service agreement for the city of Wilsonville to advance a professional service agreement with GMP has been made, a motion's been made and seconded. Is there any discussion? I'll just reiterate what I already said. So, but with that, any further discussion? Okay. Seeing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Oops. Let's see. All those opposed? I oppose. Okay. The motion passes 4-1.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you, Andrea.
Sorry, folks. I'm getting tired. Okay. We're now moving to public hearing. Tonight, we will have a public hearing to consider resolution numbers 3209 and 3210. The resolutions will be separately considered by council after the public hearing. I will ask the city attorney to read the titles of both resolutions.
Resolution number 3209, a resolution of the City of Wilsonville adopting the sewer system development charge methodology reports and establishing the charge rates and amending resolution number 1987. Resolution number 3210, resolution of the City of Wilsonville adopting the stormwater system development charge methodology reports and establishing the charge rates and amending resolution number 2353.
Thank you. The order of procedure for tonight's hearing is set out in detail in our city code. In brief, we will start with a staff report. Next, the public will be asked to provide testimony. I will ask everyone who signed up in advance to testify, first in the order in which they signed up. Then I will ask if anyone present in council chambers would like to testify. And then I will ask anyone who is on the Zoom meeting who has not testified but would like to testify to do so. For those in the audience, please fill out a speaker card and provide to the city recorder. For those on Zoom, if you want to provide public testimony remotely during the meeting, please use the raise hand feature in Zoom or press *9 on your telephone to notify the city recorder you wish to speak when the time for public testimony is called. If you're having difficulties with these instructions, you may call 1-669-900-6833. And when prompted, enter webinar ID number 815-3605-6468. Both numbers are shown on the screen. When you begin your testimony, please state your name and address for the record, or you may state that your address is as provided to staff. After each person testifies, counselors may pose questions to me to be addressed by the person who testified or to staff to clarify any information that was conveyed in the testimony. Once the City Council has heard from everyone and the City Council is satisfied it has all the information it needs to render a decision, the public hearing will be closed, council deliberates, and I will announce a result. We wish to hear from everyone who wants to testify. However, we request that you refrain from repeating testimony already given by someone else. If you agree with what someone before you has said, please provide your testimony indicating that you concur with what has been previously said. Public testimony will be limited to 3 minutes. We will time the testimony and provide you with a visual warning when there is 1 minute remaining. The public hearing is now open at 8:48 p.m. Zach Weigel, City Engineer, please provide your staff presentation.
All right, thank you. Good evening, Mayor O'Neill and members of council. My name is Zach Weigel, City Engineer. And with me tonight is Zach Hazel, who you have gotten to know pretty well over the last 6 months. So I believe John Ghilarducci is also available virtually. They're with FCS Group, and they've been helping us over the last year with looking at our sewer and stormwater SDC rates. So tonight, as you said, we have resolutions 3209 and 3210 for your consideration. Those resolutions adopt the sewer and stormwater SDC, which stands for System Development Charge Methodology Report. It also sets the new charge rates for both the sewer and stormwater fee, and it amends the previous resolutions establishing that SDC methodology. So we'll cover both resolutions with one presentation. You've seen all the information we're about to show you, but just wanted to acknowledge that it's a public hearing, so we are going to run through the full presentation, but Zach has promised me he's going to keep it at a high level. So with that, I'll turn it over to him. Oh, yeah, I forgot to advance the slide. These are the resolutions that I just mentioned. All right, thank you.
So the agenda is shown here. We're going to talk about the methodology of SDCs very briefly. We're going to look at the existing and planned capacity of each system considered for the system development charge updates. We're going to look at the eligible cost of the project lists and the existing system. And hopefully there won't be too many tweaks needed at this point. The results shown here, once again, the maximum defensible charges. This slide just tells you that the SDC meeting is a big part of the rest of our, or is a part of the rest of our study, and we're continuing with the other parts as well. Key characteristics of the SDCs. So this is especially for the audience who, at the public hearing, who haven't heard of these things before. So system development charges, or SDCs, these are one-time charges. They are not ongoing rates, and they are only paid at the time of development or major redevelopment. They are only allowed for water, wastewater, stormwater, transportation, and parks. And today we are only considering wastewater and stormwater. SDCs are for capital only, both in how they are calculated. So we're entirely basing them on the capital investments the city has made and that it is planning to make. And they can only be used for capital with one small exception. They include both an existing component, looking at the capacity in the system, and a future planned component, basically the capacity that needs to be added to the system to serve growth. And SDCs are only for system facilities, not local facilities, so it's got to benefit the entire wastewater stormwater system. So ORS 223-297 through 316, known as the SDC Act, that gives us the kind of framework that we use to do SDCs. The framework's very specific in a lot of ways, and so it really helps guide our SDC process to make sure that we're keeping it legal and defensible. This is a summary of the SDC calculation. As shown here, we have two components that make up the full SDC. We have the reimbursement fee, which is looking at the eligible value of the capacity in your existing facilities. And then we have the improvement fee, which is looking at the cost of providing capacity for new users. And we take the total of those costs and we divide them by the growth in system demand. That gives you the full SDC per unit of demand. And then this slide is to remind you that the calculations shown here and in the methodology are what we consider the maximum defensible SDC, but the council can adopt anything up to the maximum or anywhere in between as they wish. So talking first about the stormwater SDC, this one's a little bit quicker. The top part of this table shows you all the different cost bases, the future component there, just shy of 15 million. We make one small adjustment there, 2.4 million. The reimbursement fee, looking at the existing facilities, is 14.6. And then we have a small inclusion for compliance costs. That's allowed by statute. Total cost of 27.4 million. Divide that by the growth in EDUs, which is your a measure of your stormwater capacity. And we get the total SDC per EDU of $3,532 that you can see there at the bottom of the table. That's what a typical single family residence would pay at the maximum rate that we're showing here. So this slide shows you how we develop the growth in units. That's the growth in billable stormwater EDUs. We're expecting a growth of 7,745 as described in the stormwater master plan based on the growth in impervious surface that's being added. So that's the denominator of the SDC calculation. The project list includes a lot of projects that are not eligible for the SDC, and that's because they're repairing or replacing deficient assets in the system. So those are not included in the SDC. Only about 15 million, or 13% of the project list total, is providing capacity for growth. And so only that 15 million is included in the SDC. For the existing facilities portion, a similar story here. Only about 14.6 million, or 19% of the total fixed asset list, represents capacity available for growth that can be collected in the SDC. So we're not charging for the entire existing facility. We're only charging for what's providing capacity for growth. And then once again, seeing all those different parts in little pieces, now bringing it back together. Total cost basis there, 27.4 million. We divide that by the growth we're expecting of 7,745 EDUs, and we get the charge per EDU of $3,532. All right, the sewer SDC, as you probably remember, we have a couple different methods we're doing here. The first method here is the MCE method. This is looking at meter capacity equivalents, basically looking at your different water meter sizes and how much water they're going to demand, and using that as a basis for charging the sewer SDC. Similar setup as before. The cost basis at the top is 89 million for the improvement fee. We are deducting a small share of the improvement fee fund balance. and we are including 16.8 million of reimbursement fee costs, the same small adjustment for compliance, total cost basis, 105.5 million. The growth is not shown here, but it is shown on a future slide. You divide by the growth and you get a charge per MCE of $14,149. So that's the MCE method. We're also looking at a different way of measuring capacity, which is more related to your high strength customers. We have different ways of measuring your wastewater treatment. We have flow through the system, through the collection system specifically. We have treatment of the flow at the plant. We have treatment of the BOD at the plant. Biochemical oxygen demand is what that means. And we have treatment of the TSS, total suspended solids, at the plant. And these are 4 different ways of dividing up the capacity of the system. And so we are also going to calculate SDCs for each of these functions to allow the city to charge high strength customers. And that is the growth in capacity is shown here on this slide. You can see at the bottom how all of those different functions are going to increase in capacity over the course of the planning period. And those 4 different functions will be the 4 different denominators of the SDC calculation for high strength customers. Okay. This is the project list. It's also broken down by those 4 functions. Similar to what we saw in stormwater, although there's more growth share in this project list, there's still, the vast majority of it is not growth share related, and only 38% or 89.1 million of the project list is included in the SDC. The rest has to be collected from other sources. The reimbursement fee cost basis looks at the capacity in the existing system, and once again, only 17% or 16.8 million of the total fixed asset list is includable in the SDC. So looking at all those pieces separately, once again, bring them back together. The total cost basis there, 105.5 million, and the SDC per MCE, that is what a typical single family residence would pay at the maximum defensible charge, $14,149. And then this last slide here just shows the calculated, well, not quite last slide, but this shows the charge for different functions for the high strength customers right at the bottom. So yeah, we can just see an example to make that more clear in a second. Here's the schedule that most customers would pay of domestic strengths. So you can see at the top there is the $14,149 dollars per MCE. And then for higher meter sizes at domestic strengths, this is the SDC that they would pay. Now, note that a lot of those higher meter sizes are very rare, and they might be more considered high strength customers if they're going to be installing that kind of meter. And then going into the next slide, this shows you an example of how the SDC would be calculated for high strength customers. We have each of the 4 different measures of capacity. We have the 4 different unit rates. And then in this quantity column, which are totally invented for this example, we have different quantities by each capacity metric. And on the far right, we get the calculated SDC for this example customer. This shows you how that charge would play out for customers like that. Bless you. And
Yeah. So that's the presentation for tonight. The staff recommendation is to adopt the resolutions 3209 and 3210. Again, that adopts the SDC methodology report and establishes the sewer and stormwater charge rates, and then amends the previous SDC methodology resolutions 1987 and 2353.
Thank you. Thank you for that presentation. Does any counselor have any questions of staff at this time?
I really liked your slide 5 that showed the different SDB steps.
Thank you.
It's the button here. It's okay. Do we have anybody registered on Zoom? And I have no cards, is that correct? Oh, I didn't get it, I don't think, or I missed it. I apologize. No, okay, I didn't see this. Thank you. So, seeing there's no one registered to give public testimony by Zoom, we do have one person who's appearing in person. And it's Isaac M. Brusso.
You got it.
Come on up.
Maybe that's better. Thank you, Mayor O'Neill, and members of the council. I appreciate the opportunity to speak to you about this issue. I'm, as mentioned, Isaac Ambruso. I serve as the Deputy Director of Government Relations for the Home Building Association of Greater Portland. I don't think it will come as a surprise to anybody here that HBA generally opposes SDC increases. And as a rule, we believe that they create significant housing costs for incoming residents. With all of that said, we also recognize the need for infrastructure to be built, supported, upgraded, expanded, because we need to build homes, and that can't be done without all of that being in place. So with the major upgrades required for the Frog Pond expansion and the significant capacity improvements needed for the water and sewer treatment plant, we understand that with limited funding sources that this change is necessary. But I do want to take this opportunity as you move through the process of approval and implementation to highlight a few considerations that can help guide how you think about some of these fees moving forward. When there are sudden large jumps in system development charges, as will occur under this change, it can create a lot of financial stress for individual projects. These projects are usually planned on a 2 to 3 year cycle, which means that when there's a large jump in cost, that hasn't been budgeted for in a lot of cases. So I have one member, for example, that's working on a housing development in the city that estimates that this could add more than $400,000 in additional cost to their project once it's applied across all the housing units in their development. So we applaud the city's intention to mitigate some of this problem moving forward. I understand the SDCs haven't been changed in very nearly 20 years. So indexing them to the industry inflation rate as a mechanism to prevent this problem in the future is a wonderful idea, which we fully support. I think that there are some additional steps that can be taken as we consider further increases that might help mitigate some of our concerns while still allowing the city to take in needed revenue. So the first that I would like to draw attention to is expanded stakeholder engagement in SDC methodologies. We don't typically have the opportunity to engage directly with FCS on stuff like this. I think that there is some value in allowing that perspective to be entered into earlier in the process when master plans are moving forward, among other things. So having that opportunity, I think, would be really valuable. And the fact that we have had some difficulty in that area is not, and I want to emphasize, not necessarily entirely the fault of the city of Wilsonville. It's also on us. The second thing that I would like to draw your attention to is it's very helpful for us to have a proposed implementation schedule when we're considering these system development charges. Increases are always going to be part of the way Oregon funds housing, but having a regular schedule rather than a one-time increase that takes place over just a couple of years makes a huge difference to us from a financing perspective. Finally, a further long-term change that could be considered is changing the point of collection to occupancy rather than as an upfront cost. That makes a lot of the financing significantly easier. And according to data from our national builders that are examining jurisdictions where this difference has been implemented, the externalities of the fees, the additional financing costs, holding costs, all of those are reduced dramatically based on the point of collection. And at the same time, the city gets to continue to bring in its revenue. Now, it's not an easy thing to do. It probably requires a long transition period in order to make that change, but
thank you.
We would like that to be a consideration. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. And if you want to submit something in writing that encapsulates that, please do.
Happy to. Sorry to go over time.
It's okay. Does any counselor need anything clarified regarding the testimony of the speaker? Okay. Is there anyone in the council chambers who wishes to testify on this proposal? Please indicate so by raising your hand. Okay. No one's on Zoom? Okay. Any further questions of everyone? No, we're all ready to go. Okay, I hereby declare the public hearing closed at 9:05 p.m. It's now time for council to consider resolution number 3209. This is a time we can deliberate, if any further? Any further? Okay. Do I have a motion on Councilor Dunwell.
Yeah, this is always a challenge for us. And one of the things that I'm feel fortunate about being on this council at this moment in time is I think that we're really looking at being more financially prudent as we look forward, as opposed to waiting a significant period of time. And we are looking at indexing and really kind of changing the path. So I appreciate the input from both FCS and from you, Zach. And I am hopeful that we can move forward on these changes. I know a lot of them will, at the end of the day, be absorbed by the new homeowners, and with raising housing prices, they will impact that also, which means the pain is very acute at a time when people don't really want to hear that. So as difficult as it is to support this, I do believe that because of the situation we're in, and also that we've also come up with a plan to fix this going forward, I will be supporting it.
Any further deliberations? Please note we have to present a motion. Second, we can have further conversation too. So is there any further deliberations before the motion is made? Okay. Do I have a motion on resolution number 3209?
I moved to approve the motion to approve resolution number 3209, a resolution of the City of Wilsonville adopting the sewer system development charge methodology reports and establishing charging rates and amending resolution number 1987.
Okay. Is there a second?
I second.
Okay, the motion's been made by Council President Berry and seconded by Councilor Cunningham. Is there any discussion? Okay, I have some comments and then I'll let Council President Berry go. I'm personally concerned that cities I've been a lawyer. I lost my job in 1991 because of the tax measure that cut off a ceiling on property taxes, and it strapped counties and cities. And we're still trying to find ways to work around funding. And the STCs were kind of this creative way that cities were trying to use to get around the problem. And I think no matter what political side you are in Salem, our funding method is broken, and we have to come together, and it impacts providing quality housing, middle housing that is reasonably priced. It impacts it being built by the Home Builders Association members. And I'm hoping soon that we're going to re-examine that. I concur with Councilor Dunwell. I've already commented in the past that we're kind of left with an issue where we don't like doing this, but we have to. And I appreciate everything that's been presented by staff. I understand we ask you the hard questions, but we need this infrastructure improvement over the years, and you're doing a great job. And thank you for your input as well. So with that, I'll call Council President Berry.
Yeah, thank you for the report and the summary again. Every time I hear it, I think I gain better and better understanding. I agree with Councilor Dunwell and the mayor that, we are in a financial situation where I'm planning to vote for approval of both resolutions, but I do like the ideas of what was presented tonight during the hearing, that we look in the future at indexing. We have talked about that. And then also to take a look, I'd love to have staff come back and tell me, you know, the big difference between collecting the money initially at the permitting stage or when the house becomes occupied or the project is occupied. So I would like to get those reports later, but thank you.
Councilor Cunningham.
Yeah, I'd like to thank the HBA. They invited me to sit down and meet with them and hear their concerns on this. I do want you to know that I did speak with city staff, and we went over some of those concerns. And, you know, there's some various things that come into play on this, especially there's some risk that comes with, for the city. We've been bit before with point of occupancy, SDC collection, and you know, at this point in time, we really need to take care of our infrastructure and make sure that's in place. I echo Councilor Dunwell's concerns about the cost of housing and affordability. We talk about that ad nauseum in this chamber, and the sad truth is that prices of everything are going up, and a lot of people are drowning, and I wish we had a magic wand, but that's the world we live in right now, and we'll continue to try to find solutions. But yeah, I'll be voting in to approve both of these resolutions as well.
Any further discussion? Okay, I see no further discussion. Let's call for a vote. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Motion passes 5-0. It's now time for us to consider resolution number 3210. Does anyone want to have any deliberation in advance of a motion? Okay, I'm just following the rules here. Otherwise, our city attorney will remind me that I'm not following the rules. She's already done it once, so I'm trying to avoid a second. Do I have a motion on resolution number 3210?
I move to approve resolution number 3210, a resolution of the City of Wilsonville adopting the stormwater system development charge methodology reports and establishing the charge rates and amending resolution number 2353.
Is there a second?
Second.
The motion has been made by Councilor Berry and seconded by Councilor Shevlin. Is there any discussion? Okay. Seeing none, let's call for vote. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. The motion passes 5-0. Is there any city manager business?
I only have one thing, Your Honor. It's been a long night. Thank you all for all of your kind thoughts this evening. The only thing I would say is our next council meeting on October 6th, we are only going to have one work session item, and that is a joint meeting between the Planning Commission and the City Council to talk about the West Railroad land use and planning area, which is part of Basalt Creek. So just want to make sure that you knew that at your next council meeting, this room will be set up for both Planning Commission and City Council. And that's all I have this evening. Thank you.
Can I take the opportunity to let you know I got an email this evening from PG, PG&E. Excuse me, PGE, excuse me. They're going to get so mad at me for saying that. I've been having conversations with them about the trying to get larger plantings around the Memorial substation. That was something the CEO had suggested they would consider. I received an email this evening saying that they will be doing that in November. So to hide that, so I wanted to let you know that. So, okay. Any legal business?
Thank you, Mayor. Just one item to note. Council's aware I attended Oregon City Attorneys Association conference this last weekend. And at that conference, I received an award with a group of individuals It was the Outstanding Group Achievement Award, and it was specifically related to the homelessness issue and the efforts that were made. And the reason I want to bring this up is twofold. First, I think it's pretty remarkable, the group of people that were part of the group that was honored. It's people from all over the state, from Medford to Bend to Portland, Wilsonville, both in-house and outside legal counsel. It just shows what an effort we all made when the state mandated creating objectively reasonable time, place, and manner regulations for enforcing bans or enforcing regulations on camping. Second, though, is I also think it speaks to the great work that this council and the community did during that time. It was a very challenging issue to navigate, and the council and the community really rose to the occasion, in my opinion. And I will also say the work's not done. We continue to work on it, and it will continue to be a topic of discussion. But I wanted to share that with council because I think it's really a testament to the great work that this community did during that time.
Can I speak for a moment? Since I was on council at that time, City Attorney Amanda Guile-Hinman, I just have to say the effort that you put forth on that and guidance for us, I know that other cities were using it as a model, and then really taking that next step to delve into the administrative rules, I think set a very high bar for other cities that many of them followed. And when my time comes that I'm no longer on this council, I have to say that I believe that that will be my moment that I'm most proud of, because we did the right thing. And even though we were challenged every step of the way, it was truly the right thing, and we continue to persevere. And I appreciate your guidance, your legal guidance, but also your thoughtfulness every step of the way. So thank you.
Thank you.
I just want to say it's well earned. You know, the other people, I'm not surprised about you. Of course, you should have deserved that. I've watched what you did as a citizen, so thank you for all your efforts, and the council before us. So. Any further comments? Okay, anything else? Okay, meeting adjourned at 9:17 p.m.